Hello there, guys, and welcome to the daily updates. Thank you for tuning in, those who have already done so. So, as we have done like yesterday, this is just a countdown to the official streaming of the Madlanga, which is starting at about 41 minutes. As you can see at the top right, there is a countdown. So, basically, what's happening is that we've watched, we've listened yesterday, and now it is time to really go into detail in terms of General Dumisani Khumalo. We have seen what was described as the Big Five cartel. So I thought maybe we should look at some of the events that took place yesterday as we wait for that 9:30, which is in about 40 minutes. So as we wait for that 9:30, we look at what really transpired yesterday. Things that took place was the revelation of the Big Five, not your elephants and your lions, but the Big Five syndicate, the cartel in South Africa, which is, as you look at the graph, they gave us a name like Katiso Molefe, also known as KT. He's specializing in drugs, tender fraudster, and contract killings. They also gave us Vusimus Matlala, referred to as a cat, drugs, kidnapping, tender fraudster, extortions, and contract killings. Those are the people that we've been given. And then on that chart, we have the number one at the top, who's the mastermind of all these things. And then you have number two. Number one specializes in drugs, cross-border vehicle hijackings, drugs and hijackings, and then the other one is drugs and contract killings. And if you look at this situation, there is a mastermind of the whole things. So as they gave us Katiso Molefe and we got Vusmus Matlala, we are waiting to hear who are the other three, because this is a big five. And the concerning factor is that the big five they are talking about, it's playing in the country. And you cannot tell me that if crime intelligence knows about it, if the national commissioner knows about it, the president does not know. If it was not for General Mkhwanazi on that day, Sunday, the 6th of July, 2025, if it was not for him being brave and conducting that press briefing, we wouldn't even be here. Because as you look now, Vusmus Matlala is in court. They're denying him bail. Had it not been for Mkhwanazi, I'm sure he would have received bail. But what's more interesting is something that I want us to look at, which is the revelation by the SIU yesterday on the killings in Tembisa Hospital, and the corruption there. I just want to go to that page, sorry. So basically, we got a briefing by the SIU yesterday telling us that, there is a syndicate that was operating in that hospital, and they have this corruption valued at around 2 billion. And that syndicate, I'm going to speak about this guy later on after this, which is Hangwani Maumela, and the relationship that he has to the top guys. So basically, Maumela, they call it a Maumela syndicate. And this syndicate has been milking Tembisa. The facilities were for health, but they took all those healthcare facilities and put them in their own purses. 2 billion is a lot of money. The shocking thing about it is that you have a guy like Hangwani Maumela committing this corruption and then buying 4 Lamborghinis valued at around 51 million rands. And then he got a Bentley at 4 million and an Isuzu 500,000, also a Regency boat 500,000, and a trailer. They don't know the value of that. But it just tells us that these guys don't care about the service delivery. They don't care about, are people going to die? Are people going to suffer? If you are from that Tembisa region, you would know that Tembisa Hospital is one of those hospitals that it gets overcrowded. And those healthcare workers cannot contain the overcrowding that Tembisa is experiencing. So when you have that problem, on the other side, you have funds that are being used for corruption. I mean, we have heroes like Babita Diokaran, but unfortunately, she's a hero who's no longer alive because of the same syndicate that has been doing the worst things. Interestingly enough, the same Hangwani, the Maumela syndicate, is linked to Ket Matlala. So you should know that whatever that is happening in the country, these guys are connected, they know each other. And again, I must emphasize, guys, we are just doing a countdown to the official streaming that is going to start in about 35 minutes. So if you are here and you don't see the streaming starting, bear with us. We are waiting for them to officially start. So back to this. This guy Hangwani, there was a chat that was done linking him, and just to see who is this guy really. They are finding out that the Hangwani is somehow related to the President Ramaphosa. When they look at the history of these people, they realize that there is a relationship there with Mr. Ramaphosa. As you can see, Cyril Ramaphosa, Hope Ramaphosa, and then Mboweni Maumela, Bazim Dau, and then Andile Ramaphosa and Morgan Maumela, the cousins. That is where the News 24 did this chart to say that, well, you know what, there is a relationship between these people. So Hangwani is somehow related to the president. That has nothing to do with the fact that who did what and what did what, but there is a relationship there. So it is quite concerning to see the country struggling like this, corruption all around, and then they get this person of interest who's Hangwani Maumela, and then when you look further, you find out that this person is somehow related to the president. I'm not saying that there is something fishy about the president, but all I'm saying is that how can it be that we are having syndicates in the country? The top doesn't do anything about it, and when they link, they find that some of these people are related to the top guys, which tells us that whether they like it or not, if it was not from Kwanazi, we wouldn't have known about this. So now, as you live in the country, I've got this video of Minister of Health. As you live in South Africa, you must realize that whether you are a good person or you are not, you might get killed because you are interfering with the higher people. And I just want us to listen to some of the clips on the linkage of the syndicates, the Maumela syndicates. Please have a listen.
There has been an asset forfeiture order that uncovered a syndicate that's referred to as the Maumela syndicate. And we are mentioning this surname Maumela simply because it has already been publicized. There has been an asset forfeiture order that was announced of Maumela syndicate. So the Maumela syndicate refers to the syndicate that is linked to Hangwani Morgan Maumela. The SIU is reviewing 1,728 bundles worth 816 million related to the Maumela syndicate and has completed to date 924 analyses, uncovering significant irregularities. So the SIU has traced about 41 suppliers or service providers linked to this Maumela syndicate. 3 of the companies that were awarded contracts to the value of 13,538,292 in this syndicate are linked to Vusi Muzi Matlala. So this Vusi Muzi Matlala would have come in as part of the syndicate that, according to our evidence, is really led by this Maumela. Maumela's identified assets amount to around 520 million, including luxury vehicles and properties valued at 293 million. Notable properties include about a 75,000 property, a 75 million property in Bantry Bay, and various others in Gauteng.
It's all money laundering, and if you trace these guys, you'd find out that of all that 2 billion, none of it went to SARS. These guys are really wasting money and also killing people in the same time. SARS would be crying about the fact that, well, there is no money, we are not collecting enough, and then we have billions of money that is being used for corruption. And interestingly, I also find out that there was around 207 service providers, and then there were 4,501 purchase orders in Tembisa Hospital for this corruption. So they have these companies under them. They might be registering them under people, but all the money goes to these guys. I mean, when you find a person like Ket Matlala under this corruption, you know that he's all over South Africa. And I heard when General Dumisani Khumalo spoke, he spoke about the fact that their headquarters in Johannesburg of the Cartel. I mean, this is a mafia state. If there is no other mafia state, I don't know. This is a mafia state where they can even have headquarters where they can have a meeting about how did we do last year. We stole more than we had projected. That is how they work. Anyway, guys, again, we are about 29 minutes to the official briefing of the Madlanga. Yesterday, when Dumisani spoke, he wanted to go into details on the records of the communication. One of the people we spoke about is the Minister of Police, Mr. Senzo Mkhunu, that is going to expose the communication. There is also a communication of money where ANC is involved. They are paying for ANC event. Now it takes us back to the fact that it means each and every income or money that comes to these people, it is being used, it is coming from corruption. So politics is more of really working together with corruption. If they are dropping the ANC name and they got the money from these corrupt individuals, it's a corruption money. So we can basically say that we are being led by corrupt individuals, because if they go further into those details, they are going to find out that some of the politicians are at the top. I wouldn't even be surprised to see that at the top of this big five, it's an ANC minister. I wouldn't be surprised. There's a minister who used to lead the police. He wore this hat. And I think the story about him is coming. He's going to be exposed soon. Now they're focusing on this guy called Senzo. I don't think even a chance that Senzo came in and started becoming corrupt. I think Senzo, when he came in, he took over from another individual. So it cannot just happen that you come in 2024 and suddenly you are corrupt. It's a chain. It comes from somewhere. So they have to tell us, the previous minister, where was he involved? Because there is no way that we are going to have a big five cartel in the country and nobody knows about it. Anyway, guys, we are about 27 minutes as a countdown. We are 27 minutes left to the official streaming that as soon as it comes, we're just going to go directly into it. For now, I thought we should just push time as we wait for that briefing, because it's all about corruption. And one more thing, they just confirmed that Terry Mutaung has been replaced yesterday by Advocate Matthew Charles Carlson Senior. So he's replacing Terry Mutaung because Terry decided, I'm no longer part of this. We don't know what really happened. I wouldn't be surprised if Terry was threatened. They said, move aside. You don't want to be in the crossfire, because people are going to get arrested. That's if the president really takes action. I mean, but how do we expect the president to take action when we have individuals like Hangwani terrorizing Tembisa Hospital. And if we look at Tembisa, we probably have more places that they've been terrorizing. That is why people are crying about the healthcare system of the country, forgetting that there are people who are rich because of it. Only a fool would commit such corruption and end up buying 4 Lamborghinis. That's because the money that they have, they did not work for it. 4 Lamborghinis, 1 Bentley and 1 Isuzu. Like, they're just flaunting this corruption money as if they will not be caught. Again, I would wish and I would like to see Ramaphosa coming to testify at the commission. The same way Zuma asked Zondo to chair the commission, and Zondo ended up saying, Zuma, you must come, and if you don't come, we are going to deal with you. I want to see Madlanga saying to Ramaphosa, you must come and answer on some of the allegations or on some of the information, so that at the end of the day we can find and understand what is happening in the country, because everybody's just going around not knowing what happened. Looking at the time, we're 25 minutes until the briefing officially starts, so I am sure soon we're going to get a feed from the commission. And also trending, we have Julius Malema today will be finding out if he's been found guilty or not guilty. And another one that is trending is Gayton McKenzie. Today he's supposed to resign from parliament as a minister because the ANC is not really agreeing to his demands. He said that if they don't agree by Tuesday, we are leaving that portfolio of sports, and also the GNU, we are going out. So we are hoping to see if the man is going to do as he said, or if he's going to be a coward. But otherwise, I'm just going to play this clip again as we listen and wait for the briefing to officially start. This was the Minister of Health speaking about the corruption that occurred in Home Affairs.
Against some 11 officials. They sent an assassin who pumped 4 bullets into Mr. T. And Mr. T was taken to hospital, to ICU, about the late Babit. But what I could just say is wow, and a big wow, advocate. And you'll remember the wow I also made to you before, last year. The question which I am struggling, maybe somebody within this house will help me. Why Tembisa Hospital? Why Tembisa Hospital? Why was it selected by so many syndicates? What was their purpose and what drove them? I think those questions need to be answered. Advocate, you mentioned Home Affairs quite a number of times. And you also mentioned the issue of small fish and junior officials. And I'm very, very happy about that, because I'm one of the people who was getting worried that every time people who do malfeasance are caught, if they are junior, people get discouraged and say, no, where is the big fish? Why was the big fish left behind? And they don't get happy and they don't regard that as an achievement, the issue of small fish and big fish. I'm saying so because my experience, as you said, in Home Affairs, showed me the amount of damage that is done by the so-called small fish. But before I go into them, let me mention here, okay, that these syndicates we have mentioned here, whether it's Maumela, whether it's Mazibuko, whether it's Ket Matlala, whether it's X, even with their infinite wisdom or thuggery, they could not have achieved what they did without the cooperation and participation of government officials, who may happen to be junior, who you call small fish. It will not have happened without them. If they did not want it to happen, these syndicates will have been nothing, and they will have achieved nothing. And so we must, while we're chasing the syndicates, we must also look inside about our own officials and how we are going to make sure that in future we don't have that. The second thing I want to mention, I see similarities here. Many of you, as the advocate has said many times today, about the late Babita Deokaran, may her soul rest in peace, who led us to this investigation and lost her life. Many of you don't know. It's me and the Kaiser and the advocate who know that we nearly had a Babita Deokaran, or that there was another Babita Deokaran look-alike in Home Affairs. And it looks like the modus operandi is the same. And because I'm going to make proposals on what I think should be done, I think I need to outline these two cases. In Home Affairs, our Babita Deokaran was a gentleman who was commonly known as Mr. T. It's not because of your legalities, advocate. It's because he has got a very complex vendor name, which will twist the tongues of those who are not from Limpopo. So they just called Mr. T. He was working at the biggest refugee reception center in the country. And he discovered corruption there. A very diligent gentleman who hates corruption with all its manifestations. And when he testifies against an official, that official is gone. There's no way you'll survive. He's very diligent. He keeps records. If he appears in front of a tribunal or whatever to testify, you are gone. And the so-called small fish, people who are working in that reception center, are very, very junior, as you're saying, advocate. This small fish decided, just like here in Tembisa, they decided that Babita must go, must be removed forever. They also decided that Mr. T must go. And a few days before he was due to testify against some 11 officials, they sent an assassin who pumped 4 bullets into Mr. T. And Mr. T was taken to hospital, to ICU, and he survived those bullets. He was given a 6 months leave. And after 6 months, he came back. He started where he has left off. He continued doing exactly what he was doing before he was shot. And 2 days before he was due to testify again, 2 more bullets were pumped into him. And just like the first 4 bullets, he survived them. Mr. T survived. And how I knew about him, we had a very strong counter-corruption unit in Home Affairs. They just told me that there is a Mr. T who has just retired minister, and this is what happened to him. And we want you to visit him, and so that he must realize that he has not been thrown away or thrown to the wolves, because he's in hiding. I visited Mr. T as you remember, advocate. I sat with him for 2 hours. When he finished his story, I said, wow, this is not for me. From what he told me, I decided not to go to the police. I went to Advocate Mutibi. I said, this is bigger than me, Advocate. Come and listen to this man. And I took him there, somewhere within the Republic of South Africa, to talk to Mr. T. And when he listened to his story, he said, wow. He went to fetch his team to come and sit with him. And when they finished, they went straight to a judge who did not hesitate, from the information Mr. T gave, who did not hesitate to give an order for a search and seizure. Many of you in the media attended that. The search and seizure at the Maraba Start Reception Center. It used to have the name of Desmond Tutu. It has been changed. And it was 10 days before the elections last year. And people thought it was just electioneering. They told me so. Many journalists told me this is just electioneering. Nothing will come out of it. Now, why am I relating this story? Because Babita did exactly what Mr. T was doing, and she lost her life. Mr. T did not lose his life, but he's in hiding. He's in hiding. He can't live a free life. The people who killed Babita and who put Mr. T in hiding are driving Lamborghinis. Lamborghini Urus and the ones you couldn't pronounce, Advocate. They are living a free life. Now, what type of country are we going to become? That the public servants, who are the real public servants, are the ones that are in hiding, and the scavengers are driving Lamborghinis. Surely none of us would like to live in that type of country. I know what I'm going to say. Many of you here might criticize me, but I'm going to say it anyway. When things like this happen, you start appreciating why the Chinese execute people to remove them from society. You start appreciating it. I'm not saying we can do it. We are a different country. But you start appreciating and understanding why they go to that extent. Because they don't want to live in hiding and let the thugs run amok. When Mr. T, when I visited him, he was still testifying. He testified by virtual. Even now, as I'm talking, still having cases where he's testifying by virtual. I asked him, Mr. T, why you survived twice? And he's still having bullets in his body, which doctors may not remove because they are in very sensitive places of the body. And they will kill him if they try to remove them. I asked him, why do you still continue, even after surviving twice? He gave me two answers which are still shaking me. He said, Minister, people fought for this freedom and lost their lives. I am not about to give the freedom to the thugs in this country. I may as well lose my life. That will be my contribution to this country. That's what he told me. The second thing was very religious. When Mr. T was shot for the second time, he was just leaving church. Just as he stepped out of the church, they pumped the two bullets. Very religious. So the second reason he gave me, he said, Minister, why did I survive twice? Whoever is controlling life and death must have decided that I must be having a purpose in life. That's why he left me here. That's why he didn't take me away. Because I must still do something for this country. And so I'm going to continue doing it. Now, Advocate, I don't know what powers you have to make recommendations to the people in power in this country. I'm not in power, I'm just, yes. To the people in power in this country, to make a recommendation about these people, you know, because I agree and I appreciate our democracy. But these people are going to be fired, most probably, after DC. If people are going to testify unlike Mr. T, some might be arrested and sentenced, but they are going to get parole and come back and enjoy their Lamborghinis. They are going to get parole. Others are already getting bail. So will all these exercises help us? You have referred cases to me, and I cherish that. Does it help us or does it help the country? Because one thing I know, people who do this never stop, and don't think I'm joking. And the story, another story of small fish. In Home Affairs, we used to have a post-level 6 worker. Those who don't know what level 6 is, a DG is level 16. So you can imagine level 6 is down there, like you are saying, Lex. This man, unfortunately, he comes from my province, level 6. He used to have 5 luxury cars, among them a Porsche and a Mercedes, and a huge house somewhere in Raskoro or in Limpopo, with a garage for each of the cars, because he was working with people who want to come into the country illegally, rich people who were paying him, by manipulating the movement control system. Now, when they ask him, advocate, you are a lawyer, you know, this laws we've made. There's a law called Parjaman, where you tell a thug, what do you say if I arrest you? Something like that. They call it Paja. Yeah, the letters which you write, they call them audio. Yes, we have lost many cases because of audio. You are telling a thug that we know what you are doing. Can we do it? And we accept them, you know. So this man was asked, can they remove him from the movement control system? Because he had some codes. You know what he said? He said, yes, take this thing of yours because I'm not going to be able to stop what I'm doing. And they thought he's very arrogant. And when they told me the story, I tried to analyze for the whole night. And I came to a conclusion why this fellow say he can't stop. Look at these people. Lamborghinis, what? Property. How do you maintain that? You can't stop. That chap, how was he going to maintain it? You can't stop. Some of them, I'm sure, have already got children in very expensive private schools and all that. How are they going to stop? And why am I emphasizing on that? The only way for us to stop them is to remove them from society. So remove them from us. That's the only way that to stop. Otherwise, they will still continue. Because even here, I'm sure after Babida died, they still continued. Even after Mr. T survived, they still continued. So I'm calling upon advocate and support me and the Premier that Babita Diogoran and Mr. T must be given national orders, even though with Babita is posthumous, obviously. They are the ones who deserve national orders and who need the freedom of South Africa rather than this tax getting that freedom of South Africa. So I'm sure there will be a question which will be asked by the media, because I ask why Tembisa? Why not any other hospital? But advocate, from my experience, I don't want to stop here. I'm going to sit with you and continue. I would like you to visit at least 2 more provinces after Gauteng. I would like you to do KZN and Eastern Cape. I'm not saying the others know, but I would like you to do that, and we'll sit down and I'll show you why and where and how it must happen. But as to the junior officials here, you need to help us with your power, because SIU have got power, and the powers that be. What do we do with these officials? Could there be a ruling, for instance, that once you are called, you must never, ever, ever work for the public again, regardless of how many years you serve? You must never, ever. Because we keep on recycling them. They keep on being recycled. They go here, DC, they are charged, they get parole and all that, they come back and continue what we are doing. Because, advocate, it can't be us who live in hiding. I appreciate the change of the laws to protect whistleblowers. Yes, I understand that and I support it. But I think our main function is to remove those who force whistleblowers to look for protection. They are the ones that must be removed. And I hope one day when we wake up, we'll have achieved that. But as for these ones that we've put here, we will go and process them. We'll follow all the rules. My own desire is that they must never, ever, ever see any office that serves the public again. Thank you very much.
Well, that was the Minister of Health, and speaking on that issue of the corruption that we are seeing, and I think this is related to the Tembisa corruption, the Tembisa hospital corruption that people are complaining about. And again, we are about 4 minutes to go. So the picture that we have from yesterday is of Hangwani Maumela, the cartel, the syndicate. They're calling it the Maumela syndicate that has been destroying the Tembisa hospital. So in about 4 minutes, we are going to go live to the Madlanga Commission. Hopefully they don't take long to start, and then we are just going to go directly. So the guy has been buying so many vehicles, 4 Lamborghinis, a Bentley, an Isuzu, and a Regency boat, a trailer. Those are just a few, because there is a house, I think they say it's in Bantry Bay, 72 million, that house that these guys are buying. So you can see that our country is just being given to people cheaply. We have been complaining about your, who do they call the Guptas, those Indians, the Guptas. Yes, they were corrupt. We also have our own corrupt people. If we are going to chase them when they are in Dubai, and then we can't even deal with those who are here with us, we are going to have a problem. Now they're saying that they are touching most of the assets belonging to Hangwani Maumela. I would like to see him in jail. It's not enough that you are touching, but he must also face the music, unless of course he reports to the higher power. I want to see the man wearing a head also going to jail, because he was a police minister. It is not just Senzo Mkhunu. We need more of them to be apprehended. I mean, yes, Senzo was corrupt and they're going to deal with him. What about the ones before him? Those are the most corrupt, because they started the road that we are seeing. So even before the man with the head, I'm sure the previous ones, they know what was occurring in the country. So as we wait, it's about 2 minutes to go. You can see the countdown timer there at the top right. We are going to listen to Madlanga, but the picture was that the corrupt is more than we can think. I mean, even the Minister of Health is telling us about another individual who's now in hiding because they want to kill him. Otherwise, we are going to hear what really transpired in terms of this picture of the Big Five. We have been given a name of Vusimusiket Matlala and Katiso Molefe. I'm sure we are going to be given the rest of these 3 people that have been destroying the lives. I mean, contract killing is one of the biggest problem. We lost Cindy Somagatka because of these things. So now, as we wait, guys, it's about a minute to go. So hopefully, they are going to start anytime from now. And we are just going to redirect the stream to the commission once it starts. So rest assured, they have not yet started. But yes, I think the biggest picture here was just to show that South Africa is corrupt. They should call it a mafia state, because at this point, the mafias are the politicians who don't even take action against those who are corrupt, unless a general by the name of Mkhwanazi comes and briefs the media without the president knowing about it. So I think while we wait, this is the picture that you can think of, because the first thing they're going to deal with is the issue of the SMSs between Senzo Mchunu and these people. Senzo knew about it. The question is, who else knew about this issue? I think it's just seconds from now to start. So I'm just going to turn off my camera, guys, so that from here we can just go directly to the stream without wasting any time.
Conversation between Kapmaklana and Ramaposi. So it's just the one chat that we're looking at for now.
That's correct. For now, we're looking at one chat that is between Dumisani and Ramaposi. The themes that we will use for this briefing will be those chats that are talking to the IP, the use of IP. The second one will be the one talking to the payments for politicians. The third one will be looking at the charts related to the tender protection. And the fourth one will be the charts talking to the disbandment of the political killings task team. And the fifth one will be the links to the senior crime intelligence and South African police service members. And then the sixth one will be talking to the access to the minister. Those will be the 6 themes that will guide us as we go through the charts.
Thank you. Commissioners, I then propose we begin going through the chats in detail. So on page 1, you have it in front of you, General Khumalo. It says Brown Mokhotsi is the number. And you confirmed yesterday that this is a number that is indeed registered to Brown Mokhotsi.
That's correct.
And is this the same number that was used to contact General Mkhwanazi in September last year?
That is correct, Commissioners, the same number that was used during the communication with General Mkhwanazi.
And the second name is not under the name Matlala, it's Dlamini. Can you explain why it's under the name Dlamini?
Thank you, Commissioners. Dlamini is another name or second name, surname of Vusimuzi Matlala, and he possesses an identity document to that effect, and also he is using that surname in some of the gadgets where he is communicating with Brown Mokhotsi and others.
General, the second identity document you are referring to, is it a South African identity document issued by Home Affairs? The one that bears the surname Dlamini?
Apologies, Commissioners. It's a Swaziland identity document that bears the surname Dlamini.
Thank you. And then we see that the chats we're about to go through begin on 19 December 2024. Do you know why they begin on that date, 19 December 24?
That is, Commissioners, the beginning of the whole communication data on the cell phones that were extracted. All the data or information begins on that day, 19th of December 2024.
And it ends on 15 May 2025. And is that because obviously he was arrested on the 14th and that was when the phone was confiscated?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Commissioners, if I could just explain the date of the 15th, because Mr. Matlala was arrested on the 14th. But if you turn to page 91 of the chats, the reason it reflects as 15 May is that strange thing we were talking about yesterday, that the system kicks in called unknown sender, which is reflected as 15 May, but that's the date on which the contents of the phone were extracted. So obviously there was no chats between Mr. Matlala after the 14th. So just to explain why it goes up to the 15th. Okay. All right, so let's begin then with the first communication from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokhotsi. And that contains a video link which we'll display for the Commission. That was dated 18 December. General, it's followed by a photograph of the same people, a photograph, a still. It looks like it's a still photograph taken from that video. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Can you explain what that's a video of?
Sorry, Mr. Sim. You say that was the 18th. What we have here is the 19th on the document. Is there an explanation for that?
Yes, maybe what we should do is play the next two videos and then deal with this. If we can pause there. So what we see generally is a series of videos of people entering a building called Menden Capital, including two pretty seriously armed officers. And it's on 2 days, the 18 December 2024 and 19 December 2024. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, can you explain what's happening in that video and that photograph and who the people are?
Thank you, Commissioners. The two videos were forwarded, as well as the still photo, were forwarded by Mr. Vusimuzi Matala to Mr. Brown Mukhosi. The two videos and the still photo are depicting the two-day operation that was conducted by the members of Gauteng Counterintelligence Operation with regards to the Firearms Control Act compliance inspection, which was a follow-up from the operation that was done on the 6th of December.
Was Mr. Matlala informed that the team would be arriving for this inspection on those dates?
That is correct, Commissioners. The arrangements were made with Mr. Vusi Matlala as well as his legal representative, and the appointment was set initially for the 18th, and one of them was not available, hence then it was postponed to take place the following day, the 19th.
And can you explain why it was necessary to have an armed escort?
It is a standard operational procedure for the Gauteng Counterintelligence Operation members because of the threat and risk assessment that is still in place. And it is also our operational procedure to provide the protection for the investigating officers by a suitable tactical capability during the conducting of their operations.
And the threat and risk assessment you referred to, we haven't got to that point yet in your statement. So could you, at this point, just give a bit more of an explanation of why there was a need for a threat and risk assessment and what the findings were? Yes,
the threats against the operation, which will include also the members attached to it, were identified at the beginning of the operation that was reflecting an operation as a very high-risk operation. Hence, then, as part of counterintelligence measures, we had to employ then the 24-hour protection to the members that are involved in this particular operation.
So the findings of the threat and risk
assessment
was high.
Was high.
The individuals you say who arrived are members of the task team?
Are the members of the task team, that's correct.
So in the next photograph, is that, can you explain who are the people in that photograph and what's taking place?
The photograph depicts the members of the GCI Ops conducting inspection together then with the personnel from Vusi Matlala's business premises.
Please mention the page numbers for the record.
That's on page 3. Pardon me.
No, I do see it. I just for the record.
Thank you, Chair. That's on page 3, the photograph. And so this is where they are conducting the firearm compliance inspection.
That's correct.
And what were the outcomes of that inspection?
The outcomes of the inspection was there were possible contraventions of some of the sections of Firearms Control Act. Hence, then an inquiry was registered, which was then investigated from that day on, and it is still under investigation. And the firearms were all confiscated for ballistic analysis. After the ballistic analysis was completed, and they were returned back to the owner, lawful owner, Mr. Vusi Matlala.
Do you know when they were returned?
I do not have the specific date, but it was 3 to 4 weeks after the operation.
Thank you. If we can turn to page 4. After a call between Mr. Mokgotsi and Mr. Matlala, there's then a text exchange. Can you read that, please?
The first text exchange from Brown Mokgotsi to Vusi Matlala, it has got the message that reads, "I Pete guy name," which is the first text that is talking to our first theme of this presentation.
And can you read the next message?
The next message, which is a follow-up on the first, where Mr. Brown Mokgotsi is following up from Mr. Vusi Matlala on the same IPID discussion, asking my brother any news from IPID.
So you say that this is the first mention of the theme regarding IPID that you've highlighted for the commissioners.
That is correct, commissioners. Maybe also to add or to sensitize the commissioners that we will find the discussion under this theme as we continue to the next page, page 5, 6, 7, as well as page 11 and 12. As we get to those pages, we'll be coming across the discussion around IPID theme.
Thank you. So we'll move off that because we want to go sequentially through the chats, but it will recur, the theme of IPID. Okay, so the next message, if you can read that.
The next message reads, "My brother, how is the court proceedings? According to our analysis and interpretation of the message, we are aware of the fact that after the compliance inspection operation, Mr. Vusi Matlala initiated an urgent court application for the return of the firearms that were confiscated. Our analysis of the chart based on the timeline is giving us that possibility that the chart or the question was with regard to the court proceedings, because the matter was expected to be heard on the date of the message, which is the 24th of December 2024.
Advocate Hassim, I know we're dealing only with the chats, but between the chats, I see that there are audio calls and video calls. Are we leaving those and just assume that there were video calls and audio calls, but nothing more about it?
We have no further information on the audio or video calls, so all we're able to discern from the chat is that a call was made at that point in time, and when the call was returned, and the times at which the calls were made, but we have no information beyond that. And I think that it's useful to just note, General, as we're going along, even though we're skipping sort of over the calls, but to just note for the record that a call was made between the two individuals.
On that same note, Ms. Hassim, I think it will be helpful for purposes of a complete record when we read it later, that perhaps you also mention the date and the timestamp as you go along.
Of the calls?
Well, not just
of everything.
More the messages, really.
I think, I mean, certainly for the messages, but we could do the same for the calls. I'm sorry, so we were on how's the court proceedings, and your interpretation of this is that it related to the application by Mr. Madlanga for the return of his firearms and cell phones. Do you know anything further about that court application?
What we know is that on the same day, the 24th of December 2024, when the matter was expected to sit, the applicant, Mr. Vusimuzi Madlanga, withdrew his application.
Okay. So can you just provide the date and time of the next set of calls one by one?
On the next page, there are calls between Mr. Brown Mokotsi and Vusimuzi Madlanga, as well as the greeting on the Christmas Day.
Let me pause you, General. So the first one is, I think we are going to be quite specific about this. So the first call was 24 December 2024 at 13:45. That's at the bottom of page 4.
That is correct. The first call of the day from Brown Mokotsi to Mr. Vusimuzi Madlanga, followed by another call, and thereafter then the response or greetings back, or maybe an indication that he did miss the calls. And then the next message.
So let me pause for a second, just so we get all of the calls in as Commissioner Beloy requested. The next call was, so the first call on that was 24 December 13:45. The next call was from Mr. Mokotsi, 24 December 2024 at 14:05. And then another call from Mr. Mokotsi, 24 December 2024 at 23:03. And then a message on 25 December 2024. Can you take it from there?
Thank you, Commissioners. And then the first message then from Mr. Vusimuzi Madlanga to Mr. Brown Mokotsi on the 25th of December 2024.
At 6:17.
6:17.
Yes.
Morning, my brother. Did you call by mistake last night? Then followed by the message from Brown Mokotsi to Vusimuzi Madlanga on the same date, 25th of December 2024, at 8:42 with the message reading as follows: "Good day, bro. I believe it was a misdial. Sorry, it's a response to the previous message." And then there are 3 items that are sent by Mr. Brown Mukhotsi. The first one being IPIT, the second one being the court case date, as well as the 25% we may lose ACOM and flight packages. The first 2, according to our analysis, are referring to the 2 subject matters that we have heard or seen on the preceding pages.
And the third?
The third is talking to the sub-theme that we are still going to unpack as we move forward. The 25% we may lose ACOM and flight packages.
And which theme is that?
That theme will be talking to the payments to the politicians.
Can you turn to the next message?
The next message on the same day, or the next 4 messages, starting with "When are you available?" I'm in Mafikeng. The next one, "Meaning in Joburg." The next one, "Are you in Joburg?" or "You in Joburg?" Those are messages that are suggesting that there was an attempt to set up a meeting between the 2.
And those messages begin, "When are you available?" begins 25 December 2024, 8:47. And the response by Mr. Mukhotsi, I'm in Mafeking, is the same day at 9:15. The next message, "Meaning in Joburg," is at 9:15, immediately after the previous one, followed by, on the same day, the message from Mr. Matlala saying, "You in Joburg," and that's at 9:15. And then if we turn to page 6, Mr. Mukhotsi responds, same day, 9:16, "No." Okay, and then can you take it from there?
Then the next message from Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala to Mr. Brown Mukhotsi on the 25th of December 2024 at 9:16. It reads thus: "Let me know when you back and the banks open tomorrow. I will settle that deposit thing and the rest we'll discuss whenever you are available." According to our analysis of the chart, it relates to the lists of 3 items that were shared between the 2 the same day in the morning, the same day, the 25th of December 2024 at 8:42.
Thank you. You can continue with the chats.
It can't be all 3 things. Can it possibly be 1 and 2, or is it about 3 only?
Apologies, Commissioners. It refers to number 3 of the list sent.
You.
It refers to the 25% payment for flight and accommodation.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so the next message.
The next message on the same day, 25th of December 2024 at 9:16, Brown Mukhotsi to Vusi Matlala. I'm asking if you want me in Joburg, the continuation of an attempt to have a meeting, with the response from Vusi Matlala on the same day at 25 December 2024 at 9:17. "No, was just wondering if you are around so we can discuss what's happening." And then the next message.
Can you pause for a moment there? Do you have any views on what is meant by when Mr. Matlala says we can discuss what's happening. What was happening at that time?
According to our analysis, commissioners, the issues that were discussed mainly during that period was firstly the operation by the GCI Ops members to the businesses of Vusimuzi Matlala, and also during the operation on the 6th of December, the initial operation, it was the first time that the issue of the tender that Vusimuzi Matlala was having with the South African Police Service. So it was also an issue that was discussed a lot, and on a previous day before Christmas, is when then the SAPS management and ministry had a meeting around the same issue of the tender. So according to our analysis, the question or the issues that Vusimuzi Matlala wanted to discuss with Mr. Brown Mokgotsi are referring to the discussions or issues around that tender.
Thank you. You can continue with the messages.
The next message is on the same day, 25th of December 2024 at 9:18, Brown Mokgotsi sending to Vusimuzi Matlala indicating that the 26th is a holiday, and with the response from Vusimuzi Matlala on the same day at 09:18, yes, the open half day tomorrow. And then the next message.
If you can just pause there. He probably meant they open half day tomorrow. Do you have any view on what he is referring to there? Who's open half day tomorrow?
According to our analysis of the previous messages or discussions and the ones that we are still going to go to, they are talking to the 25% deposit that had to be done.
So is it referring to the banks being open?
To the banks, yes, Commissioners.
Okay, all right, continue.
And then on the same day at 9:18, Brown Mokgotsi indicating to Pat Matlala the continuation of the IPIT theme, indicating to him that IPIT can be a breakthrough. And then on the same day, Vusimuzi Matlala is responding back to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi at 9:18 again, indicating that there is a bit of a hurdle there, but I'll fill you in. Our interpretation is there means IPIT as a direct response to the previous message from Brown Mokgotsi.
The next message?
On the same day, Brown Mokgotsi responding with, will it work?
At 10:32.
At 10:32 on the same day.
So there's a bit of a hurdle there, but I'll fill you in, followed by from Mr. Mokgotsi, will it work? Okay, and the next message?
And then the response to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi by Vusimuzi Matlala on the last message asking whether will it work. It reads as, needs someone brave enough. Our interpretation is the response on the question whether it will work or not.
And do you have any view on what it's responding to the previous message, but you don't have any more insight into what that means. Need someone brave enough.
Following the order of the discussion, the question, will it work, will still be part of the IP theme as the previous messages, or the initial message on that day came from Brown Mokhosi, indicating to Vusi Matlala that IP can be a breakthrough, then followed by a response that there is a bit of a hurdle there, but I'll fill you in. So if you read those messages, they give the suggestion that it's a continuation of the IP discussion, ending with the message from Vusimuzi Matlala that it will need someone brave enough.
Can you proceed to the next message?
The next message, what we can indicate, commissioners.
Date and time first, please.
The message is on the 25th of December, 2024 at 13:06, where Brown Mokhosi sent a picture to Vusimuzi Matlala that is having a picture of what looks like a business or travel agency advertisement. And what is of importance there is to note the name of the travel agency, because it's going to come up very often as we move with this data chart presentation, which is Cartel Travel.
Can someone who is Sotho Tswana speaking please pronounce that for us? Advocate Powe.
It's Khotle.
Thank you.
And maybe Ms. Hassim, it may have to be spelled for the transcript.
Thank you.
And that's spelled Gotlhe. Khotle.
Thank you. Generally, it also looks like it's a still picture taken off a video.
Yes, that is correct, Commissioner. Thank you for the correction for the Cartel Travel. It looks like the still picture.
I wouldn't have gotten it right either, so you are in good company.
That is correct, Commissioner Chairperson. It looks like it's a still picture of a video that was sent then to Matlala, Mr. Matlala.
So the next message is still on the same day, that's 25 December 2024. Can you take it from there?
Thank you. On the same day, Commissioners, on the 25th of December 2024 at 13:12, Mr. Brown Mokhosi is forwarding the message that was sent by someone to him. He is now forwarding it further to Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala, which reads as follows. Hello, sir. You have been promising to do the payment, and I constantly requested that do a 25%, which is 37,000 rands of the amount of 100.
Sorry, General, I just pause you there. I think it's 37 million. It's 37 and then it has a, oh no, it's 37,000. That's correct. Yes, yes. Yes, apologies, it is 37,000.
A 25% deposit or amount of 37,000 rands of the amount 148,000. Unfortunately, we have to prioritize the next available client should you not do the payment by tomorrow, the 26th of December, 2024, noon. The next message.
Before that, General, you say this was forwarded by Mr. Mokotsi to Mr. Dlamini. Is that what you say?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Can I, maybe just to clarify that, now, at the top right hand, you have received, and then you compare the next one, it says delivered. The way that I had understood it was that received there shows that it was received by Mr. Mokotsi. Am I correct? In the one that you've just read now?
Thank you, Commissioners. It was received by Mr. Matala, as these are chats from Mr.
I see.
Matala's phone.
Okay.
I have a, oh, sorry. I have a different question, General. When I receive chats on my phone, if it's something forwarded, I'm not sure off the top of my head now whether it will actually have forwarded, but I think it also has arrows that turn sort of at 90 degrees like that. If I'm not mistaken, it's two such arrows turning at 90 degrees. But I think there's also the writing forwarded. So you can tell from that that it is forwarded. So here, how can you tell it's forwarded? Besides the content does indeed suggest that it may have been forwarded. It's unlikely that it would have been something written by Mr. Mokotsi to Mr. Matala. But aside of that, how are you able to tell that it was forwarded?
So, Chair, this is the issue that we alerted yesterday, that the Commission's own software was unable to reflect it in that way in which we normally see it on our phones. So the only way we could establish that it's forwarded is by looking at the metadata that indicated, and the spreadsheet that's in your annexes. If you were to, I don't propose we do it now, but if you were to go to the spreadsheet and look at 25 December 2024, and then at the time stamp, it will indicate that this is a message that was forwarded.
Thank you for the explanation. Let's go by what the General says then, yeah, even with others that follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioners. Continuing on the same date, 25th of December 2024, we noting the response from Vusimuzi Matlala to Mr. Brown Mokotsi at 13:58, which reads as follows. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll attend to it. Soon as the banks open, I'll be there. I couldn't do it before because of the obstacles which you also are aware of. But I made a promise to you and I won't disappoint. Then on the following day, on the 26th of December 2024 at 8:05, the message sent by Mr. Brown Mokotsi to Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala containing the banking details of the same company on that business card or advert with the FNB, hotel specialists, and the account number reflected as 628952.
We don't need to read out the account
33.
number.
Okay. And then it is for the current account. And then followed by the greetings.
So just to pause there, General. So it's Mr. Mokotsi sending the bank account details to Mr. Matlala for payment.
That's correct,
And it's
Commissioners.
hotel specialists. And what was on the advert was hotel travel. Okay, you can continue.
Then that...
When you get to details like the banking details, please just say banking detail indicated without reading it into the record, please. General.
Noted, Commissioners. Then that message on banking details is followed by the greeting on the same day, 26 December 2024 at 10:59. Then on the next page, on the same date, the 26th of December 2024, there are audio or video calls exchanged between the two, and then followed by on the same, there is a video call at 11:05 on the 26th of December, followed by the message from Mr. Vusimuzi Matala to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi on the 26th of December 2024 at 11:06, which reads thus: "Let me call you in 20 minutes, meeting." The response from Mr. Brown Mokgotsi at 11:06 on the same day reads "okay," followed by another message on the 26th still of December 2024 at 11:06 from Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Dlamini Vusimuzi, which reads, "Just send me a message that you are held up so that I send this woman, these women, please." Our interpretation is that message is talking to the forwarded message of a person who was reminding the two chatting gentlemen about the 25% deposit. The response thereof on the same day, 26 December 24, at 11:13 from Vusimuzi Matlala reads thus to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi, "Do not stress, my brother, I will take care of it." And then on the same day, the response from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Dlamini at 12:08, indicating that share a POP and thank you, hence. Then the next message on the same date.
POP, which I understand to be proof of payment. Proof of payment.
Yeah.
Is that a thank you or a please, as if somebody is pleading?
I think it's a please, the interpretation, because there hasn't been a payment made yet, so it's a pleading hands, Commissioner.
That's a reference to the emoji on the side, General.
So, General, it says share a POP, and then the emoji of the hands. I don't know what your interpretation is.
I'll have to agree. One is not using these emojis often, let alone the understanding.
At least,
Ms. Hasima, I was asking the chair if we are entering the territory of calling experts, emoji experts now.
I certainly hope not. Let's stay as far away from that as possible if we can in this hearing. Share a POP and the next message.
The next message is forwarded again by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Kat. Maybe this message, we can read it together with the next one for better understanding. The two messages are sent more or less the same time on the 26th of December 2024 by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Vusimuzi Dlamini. The first one
at 12:43.
At 12:43.
And you say that's forwarded?
Yes. The first one is a forwarded message, which reads, "Comrade Brown," which means someone forwarded that or sent that message to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi, referring to him as Comrade Brown. The travel agent forwarded message, which reads, "Chief of Staff."
And your understanding of that?
Our understanding of that is the indication by Mr. Brown Mokhosi as who had originally sent that message to him, the very same message that he is forwarding to Mr. Vusimuzi Matala, an indication that this message above is originally from the Chief of Staff.
And do you know anything more about, we don't know which Chief of Staff?
We do not know which Chief of Staff, but
perhaps at this stage, unless something clearer comes up, let us not speculate.
yes.
Noted, Chair. Can we move to the next message?
Before you do that, let me ask Ms. Hassan, these two chats, they look on their face that they could be controversial or will become important later on. You've referred to annexures which have metadata. Is the intention that at some point you will take us to the metadata that indicates that indeed this was forwarded from a source that hopefully would be identified?
My understanding is we can't verify the source, the original person who sent it, the message that was then forwarded. All we're able to establish is that this was indeed a forwarded message, but not the identity of the person behind it. Can we continue? So we're on page 10.
On page 10, Commissioners, the first message on the 26th still of December 2024 at 12:48, the message from Mr. Vusi Matala to Mr. Brown Mokhosi, reading, I think when they wake up tomorrow, it will be in. I will send you a video of my banking app. It is off. I cannot do anything without going to the bank. Was hoping they will be open today, but still closed. Our interpretation of that message is it relates to the previous chats between the two gentlemen about the possibility of the banks opening on the 26th. So this message is indicating that it is the 26th today, so the banks are still closed, and Mr. Vusimuzi Matala is indicating that he has got a problem with his banking app, which will need him to go into the branch. Then with a response on the same day, 26th of December 2024 at 12:49 from Mr. Brown Mokhosi, indicating that that is sufficient, with another emoji.
Which is? Can you just?
I'll guess that it refers to, I'll be strong. Yeah.
So that's sufficient, and then an emoji of a muscular arm. And the next message?
The next message, still from Brown Mokhosi to Vusimuzi Matala on the same day, 26 December at 12:49. Mr. Brown Mokhosi indicating to Vusimuzi that no need to send the video. The video, according to our interpretation, refers to the previous message at 12:48, where Vusimuzi Matala wished or promised to send a video of his banking app to Mr. Mokhosi to show that it is not working.
And the next one is a link, if we could just play that video attachment. And that's sent, sorry, just for the record, before you play it, it's 26 December 2024 at 12:49 p.m. Do we have a problem? Apologies. And then maybe you can just read the next message to explain that.
Thank you, Commissioners. The previous messages, the first one on the same page indicated to Vusimuzi Matlala, prepared to send a video of his app that was not working as a proof, and then followed by the message where Mr. Mukhozi said there is no need to send a video, but still on the same day at 12:49, same day, 26 December 24, Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala is sending a video proving that his app is not working. The next message on the 26th December 24 at 12:50, Vusimuzi Matlala explaining to Mr. Brown Mukhozi that he can check it, it just turns blue, nothing happens. Our interpretation is he is indicating, of course, that his app is giving him a problem. The same day then, on the 26th December, at 13:18, Vusimuzi Matlala asking if Mr. Brown Mukhozi can take a call, and then after that, then there is a call from Brown Mukhozi to Vusimuzi Matlala. 2 calls.
At 13:18 and 13:21, respectively. Can we turn to page 11?
Then on page 11, we see the screenshot for the communication between Mr. Brown Mukhozi and the minister. According to our interpretation on the screenshot, we see Senzo Mchunu. The screenshot is forwarded by Mr. Brown Mukhozi to Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala with the messages. Reading the first one, it was during your tenure, and then there are calls in between, and then on Monday.
Before that, General, just explain that it was during your tenure. I don't quite get what it is.
And as you do so, if you could explain who's communicating. So the darker blue versus the lighter blue, who is the person who's communicating?
Yeah, according to our understanding and analysis, the communication, which is colored blue, is from the holder of the phone. In that case, it will be Brown Mukhozi, and the responses then will be different as we move on.
So the first message is, please update with the response, it was during your tenure. Do you know what that is referring to? And we don't seem to know when that exchange took place either, because there's no date above it. Is that right?
That is correct at this moment, because it's a screenshot with having previous discussions. One cannot then conclude or suggest or claim to be understanding as to what was the communication all about.
But who is supposed to have said, please update?
It's supposed to be the Minister Mchunu.
And who says it was during your tenure? Can we tell?
It's supposed to be Mr. Brown Mukhozi.
And then there are phone calls.
Yeah.
Okay.
The same for the breakthrough where it says Monday, December 2020.
So I think that's
Are
where
we
the
still
witness
coming
wants
there?
to go to, is actually that exchange, Monday, December 2023. Can you go there, General Khumalo?
Maybe before that, thank you for that, Mr. Sim. Right at the top there, so we've got the time stamp and date stamp of the 27th of December, and then 12:01. Then you've got 11:02. Is that in the screenshot? What is that 11:02? Do we know, General?
Our limited knowledge will talk to the 27th, 12th was when the screenshot was sent to Vusimuzi Matlala by Brown Mukhotsi at 12:01. And
The 11:02 may be the time, the time that was reflected on the screenshot, but it's not linked to a date, so it's not that helpful.
And then after those two messages exchanged between 13:55 and 15:07, there are 3 calls. And then on Monday, the 23rd of December, there will have been a message from Brown Mukhotsi to Senzo Mchunu reading, "We got a breakthrough." And then followed by the calls on the same day. Then turning,
And do we know whether that was a call received by Mr. Mukhotsi or a call made by Mr. Mukhotsi?
the interpretation of the screenshot as these 2 calls were received by Mr. Brown Mukhotsi as compared to the 3 above that were made by Mr. Brown Mukhotsi.
General, before you go to the next page, still on page 11, top left of the page, it says there the message was deleted. What does that mean?
Oh.
According to my observation, commissioners, this is a screenshot and there is a gap between that message that is written, message was deleted, which might suggest that it's the previous message. When you take the screenshot, then that other page happened then to encroach with the page that you wanted to use.
Thank you.
It's, I think, as a result of the printout. So if you were scrolling through the phone, you would see it's actually linked to the Brown Mukhotsi message before that.
Just for the record, you said the first set of calls, and there are 3 of them, you said those were made by Mr. Mukhotsi. For the record, I think we should say the writing there says outgoing in respect of all 3. And then the next set, you say those were received by Mr. Mukhotsi. I think for the record, we should say that it says incoming.
That is correct, commissioners. The first 3 calls, they were outgoing, and then the 2 after the message were incoming voice calls.
And can you just give the time? We know it's Monday, December 23, but could you give the time of the 2 incoming calls?
The 2 incoming calls, the first one is at 11:23. The next one is at 14:49.
Can we continue with the screenshot? There's on the next date within the screenshot?
The continuation of the same screenshot on Tuesday, the communication now is on Tuesday, the following day, as reflected partly on top, page 12, where Mr. Brown Mokotsi receives the message from the number saved as for Senzo Mkunu on his phone, with the message was the arrest effected at 1919.
And the date there is reflected as Tuesday, December 24.
24.
Just remind us, what was the date of that operation where weapons were seized? Was it the second operation? Was it on the 24th?
It was on the 19th,
On the 19th.
Commissioner.
And this screenshot of this conversation is a screenshot not of WhatsApp, but of Signal.
Of Signal app. Thank you, Commissioner.
So the communications were taking place on Signal, is that right?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Can we move to the next text then?
The next text, which is the return of the theme 1 under IPID, Mr. Brown Mokotsi is sending a message to Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala, reading IPID, that is on the 27th of December 2024 at 12:05.
So this is now the third reference to IPID.
To
We had it
IPID.
on page 4, page 6, and now on page 12.
Page 12.
Continue.
Then the message from Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala to Mr. Brown Mokotsi at the same day, 27th of December 2024 at 12:25, reading, "Let me know when you back." And then the next message now, the two messages from Brown Mokotsi to Mr. Vusi Matlala on the same date, 27 December 2024. The first one at 12:31, Mr. Brown Mokotsi asking, "What does the guy need?" And the second message at 12:32, reading, "I'm heading to Cape Town for January 8, 08. And then the response by Mr. Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala at the same date, 27 December 2024 at 12:37, which reads thus: "The case needs to have assault for him to effect arrest. He is saying he can't do arrest if there is no J88 to prove assault, and my wife is not keen to open up an assault case. The guards who were assaulted at my house only coming back in January, they went home for Christmas."
Okay, if we can just pause there. What is that a reference to in your analysis of this? It's the arrest. The case needs to have assault for him to effect arrest.
Yeah, reading or maybe understanding the whole discussion that involves IPID from the first message culminating to messages on this page 12, where the previous page there was a discussion on Signal in terms of Mr. Brown Mokotsi indicating a breakthrough, and then followed by the question, was the arrest affected? And then Mr. Brown Mokotsi now wanting to get the correct information from Mr. Matlala, indicating the IPID status according to our analysis. And then the question by Mukhozi, what does the guy need? The IPID guy, because the IPID at previous message was referred to as IPID guy. And then with the explanation now as to, according to our interpretation, that is what the guy needs, as is provided by Mr. Dlamini, Mr. Matlala, Vusimuzi Matlala to Brown Mukhozi, the explanation as to what the guy needs, as per that message, that the case needs to have assault for him, the guy, our interpretation, to effect arrest, as there were inquiries about the status of arrest, then the guy saying he can't do arrest in the absence of J88, and other reasons that are provided by Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala on that WhatsApp chat as why the arrest cannot be effected.
The arrest of whom?
Maybe then, commissioners, if I may give a possible conclusion on this theme under IPID discussion that we have seen on this pair of charts. The discussion to us suggests that Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and Brown Mukhozi had a discussion on the involvement of IPID to intervene after the operation by the team on the 18th and 19th, but we can also include the 6th of December because the encounter with Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and the team, or encounters, started from the 6th of December. Furthermore, the manipulation of IPID process comes out, or possible manipulation, as we read the responses of how IPID could not effect arrest, our interpretation, or open a case in the absence of the complainants as well as the J88. So the interpretation is an attempt to manipulate IPID processes for the benefit of Kat Matlala, including the private discussion around how to make this case valid, the case that had to be dealt with by IPID. And also in the conversation, Mr. Brown Mukhozi seems to suggest that IPID could be a breakthrough, as we have read some messages indicating the breakthroughs and the breakthrough that they needed to sort Kat's issue. There was a message that read, IPID can be a breakthrough. It also suggests that Kat might have an IPID person, referred to as IPID guy, whom he is chatting to get the case opened, investigated up to the arrest, though they are struggling because of the absence of J88 and also the guards not being around, so as they can effect the arrest. The Brown Mukhozi, in his discussion with a contact saved as Senzo Mchunu in his phone, that discussion that is seen.
You are referring to the screenshot?
Yes, on the signal. We are presuming that will refer to the Minister of Police, looking at the number saved as Senzo Mchunu. The discussion shared between Mr. Brown Mukhozi and the saved Senzo Mchunu, suggesting or giving the update that there is a breakthrough, followed by a question as to whether was their arrest affected. So the analysis talks to the discussion stemming from the use of IPIT to come up with these charges, further investigations leading up to the arrest, which appears.
So, General, arrest of whom?
General, does the picture get clearer with other texts or chats, perhaps? Because if it does, I would suggest that we should leave this here and see how things unfold as we go through later chats, perhaps. Or not?
I think the only question is still that the only thing that we can, I'd like to ask the witness, but we can then move from there, is who is the arrest? When there's a discussion of an arrest, who is the subject of the arrest?
See, the issue is, will the general respond based on facts that he knows, or will he be speculating? And why I say, if the picture does get clearer, let's go to where it does get clearer. Maybe we'll get to know. If we don't, because if it does, there's no need to rely on speculation. I hope I'm making sense. You know the picture better than I can ever hope to.
Well, I think maybe we can park it for now, and we'll see where it goes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. We are then going to move to the next page, 13. The continuation of the chats between Mr. Brown Mokgotsi and Vusimuzi Matlala on the 27th, still of December 2024 at 12:38. The message reads from Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi, and that payment is done, with another emoji.
A thumbs up emoji.
Oh, okay. A thumbs up emoji, and the response from Mr. Brown Mokgotsi at 12:41, the same day, 27 December, with thanks. And then followed by the message then still from Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala after thanking him, saying POP, which can be interpreted as the proof of payment stemming from that discussion at that moment.
And in context, Mr. Mokgotsi appears to be asking for the proof of payment.
For the proof of payment, after a report by Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala that it's done. And then at 12:44, we see then the screenshot forwarded to Brown Mokgotsi by Mr. Matlala, which indicates that the payment indeed was done. There is the proof of payment.
And then in the next message, there's an attachment of payment confirmation.
38,000 rand.
BM1. BM1, Commissioners, is at page 92, which is the proof of payment. Chair, at this point, I'd like to just bring to the Commissioner's attention that we have done some investigative work on this account, and that will be provided to the Commission in due course. But for now, we can confirm that there were payments from this account to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi.
Do you mean payments other than the one reflected in the POP?
So the POP reflects a payment from Mr. Matlala to that FNB account number belonging to Khumalo specialists. And then from that account, there are outgoing payments. And what we can confirm for now is that there were outgoing payments to one Brown Mokhotsi. So we're on page 14. So BM1 was a proof of payment. And the next message, if we can move to that, on 27 December 2024.
After then the payment confirmation as per Annexure BM1 was sent, and then Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala is sending a message now to Mr. Brown Mokhotsi, indicating that there is something I need to clarify from, please let me soon as you back. That message is sent at 12:46 on the 27th of December 2024. It is followed by another message on the same date, 27 December 2024, in the early evening, 1851, reading as follows: "Can I call brother?" And then the response on the same date, 1857, from Mr. Brown Mokhotsi to Vusimuzi Matlala, indicating 1930, please, which can be interpreted as a response to the previous question. And indeed, then at 1932, on the same date, Mr. Mokhotsi then is making a call to Mr. Matlala.
Just check, Ms. Assam. Do you, in the metadata, get information that call was made and this is how long it was? Do you have that kind of information?
I'm not sure of the answer to that question, Commissioner, but I will check.
Okay, thank you.
The next communication is now on the 29th of December 2024 at 18:01. The first message there from Vusimuzi Matlala to Mr. Brown Mokhotsi: "Afternoon, brother. Do you know Brigadier Nkwana from Internal Audit?" Followed by another message on the same date, 29 December 2024, at 20:04, with just 2 question marks. Interpretation is the reminder of the question that I asked on the previous message. And then we see then the response at 2019 on the same date from Mr. Mokhotsi to Vusimuzi Matlala with a question, SAPS or CI. Then Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala is responding on the same date at 21:25 that SAPS.
Continue.
And then on the next page, the continuation of the same discussion or chat on the same day, 29 December 2024 at 22:02, the response by Mr. Brown Mokhotsi on the previous question: "I don't know the person." That response or that message is sent by Mr. Brown Mokhotsi to Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala, followed by the next same day at 22:03, which reads, "Not we can search for the person," according to the understanding. Then
So the nut is a typo for but. Is that right?
it
Is
can
that a
be
reasonable-
interpreted by with that it's a typing error, which meant but we can search for a person.
Continue.
Then on the 30th, the following day, early in the morning, 05:18, Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala is sending a message to Mr. Brown Mukhosi, reading, he requested to be briefed regarding my bid document. I thought you guys know something about it. And then the response by Mr. Brown Mukhosi at 7:48 on the same day, the 30th of December, reads no. And then after that, on the same day, 30 December at 11:08, Mr. Brown Mukhosi is sending another message to Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala, reading, sure, bro, court date, as a question of when is the court date.
Can we just pause there, General? So that's going into a different topic. The previous exchange comes in the context of the meeting with the Minister of 24 December inquiring into a contract between SAPS and a company owned by Mr. Matlala. Is that correct?
That is possibly correct, based on the information obtained outside these chats, in an attempt to understand as to what the chat is all about. Firstly, the chat is after the 24th, that according to obtained information was the day of the meeting discussing the tender issue that Mr. Matlala is having with the South African Police Service. And one of the decisions was for the internal audit section of SAPS to start the auditing process of the tender. And again, according to our correct information, we have a Brigadier Mukwana, not Brigadier Nkwana. Brigadier Mukwana, who is the head of internal audit in the South African Police Service. That can be our interpretation about whom Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala is inquiring from Mr. Mukhosi.
Thank you. Continue. So you've...
Sorry, Advocate. Can you please spell the name of the
Brigadier?
Mukwana. Please spell that. I want to write it against Mukwana.
It's Mokwana.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you'd read from 30 December 2024, 11:08, Shawbro, the court date, question mark. Can you take it from there?
And then the response by Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala to Mr. Brown Mukhosi is on the 30th of December 2024 at 11:53. It reads, remember, I said I need to see you. It's regarding this court date issue. There is something I need to discuss with you. Our interpretation, that is the response then on the previous question asked by Mr. Brown Mukhosi, with Mr. Brown Mukhosi responding same date at 13:06 with okay.
Okay, continue.
Then on the 31st, the following day now, on the 31st of December 2024, there is a message from Brown Mukhosi to Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala, sent as and attached as Annexure BM2.
On 31st of December, and BM2 is at page 94 of the bundle. 93 of the bundle. And it's the Constitutional Court judgment of Makala versus the Director of Public Prosecutions in the Western Cape. I believe we'll come to this in a moment. You can continue with the text messages, General.
Thank you, Commissioners. Continuing on page 16, the communication is dated the 31st of December 2024 at 10:49. That is after then the previous page message where the court judgment was sent then by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Vusimus Matala. The message reads, "This thing, by own interpretation, this thing might makes it difficult. A very 100% typing error if it was meant makes, unless if it's a lingo that is used then between the two."
Yes, for the record, let's read how it's typed, which is MYKZ. Thank
I
you,
can
General.
spell it, Commissioners, MYKZ.
Thank you.
Chair.
Let us, before going to the next chat, perhaps let's take the adjournment now, come back at 11:15. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair. Is that right? Because
That is correct.
it's so quick. Continue.
Then the next message, it's a screenshot, again for the communication on signal between Mr. Brown Mukhosi and the number saved as Senzo Mchunu on the 31st of December 11/18. The screenshot on the next page 17 with the message in the screenshot that reads thus: this is a constitutional court judgment that was issued on the 28th of December 2024, full stop, and then the message as screen grabbed, it reads: Minister, I'm going to get this case number of this judgment for you. Now we got something proven by the court. This is the matter now which either Sibia or the minister can charge Khumalo and apply Rule 9 of the disciplinary hearing. It took the Constitutional Court to release a man who was sentenced to life imprisonment through a forced Section 204 confession. Imagine, Comrade Senzo, after 30 years of democracy having this kind of policing. The good thing now is that these are not allegations but a court judgment. That is the message as contained in the screenshot of the communication between Brown Mukhosi and saved number Senzo Mchunu, which was screen grabbed and sent to Vusimuzi Matlala by Mr. Brown Mukhosi.
Sorry, General. You say it's a screenshot, so I'm assuming it's sent by Brown Mukhosi to Mr. Matlala.
That is correct.
And it reflects the discussion between Mr. Mukhosi and Minister Mchunu.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And it's a
Sorry, on the back, just for accuracy, Commissioner, it reflects communication from Mr. Mukhosi to the minister instead of communication between the two of them. It's one-sided.
This screenshot shows communication one way to the minister. And it is a reference to the Constitutional Court judgment that we referred to earlier. It's at BM1. General Khumalo, have you seen that judgment, that Constitutional Court judgment?
Yes, that is correct. The main interest was to determine the Khumalo that is in question in the judgment, and then one realized that it's not the same Khumalo testifying then in this commission now. It was referring to another Khumalo, so that's where the interest ended.
So your name was not mentioned in the text of the judgment anywhere, is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
So, Commissioners, at this point, may I seek leave to hand up CJC3, which is an extract from the record of that matter in the Constitutional Court, the only part of the record in which we could find a reference to Khumalo, to a Khumalo. And on the second page of that exhibit, at line 19, is where you will find the reference. It was from a court transcript from the lower court, in which the witness says, I think on the day we were told to come to Knysna, and then I was also called by Brigadier Khumalo to bring the witness on the site, but I didn't get the story well, why? That's the reference to Khumalo, one Brigadier Khumalo. General, do you know who that is? Is that you?
Thank you, Commissioners. Definitely, it's not me. Inquiries were made to lots of Khumalos that one might associate with the judgment. Until then, we found that it is the current Deputy Provincial Commissioner in Gauteng, Deputy Provincial Commissioner Crime Detection in Gauteng, who was a Brigadier Khumalo by then in the Western Cape, in Cape Town.
Did you serve in the Western Cape at any point?
No, I've never served or worked in the Western Cape.
Thank you. You can continue then to page 18.
Continuing on page 18, still on the 31st of December 2024, at 11:31, the message from Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Vusi Matlala, am now worried, my bro, with the response on the same day, more or less the same time, a second after, asking worried about what? It's a question. And then the response on the same day at 11:32, a minute after, a response by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Vusimuzi Matlala, which reads thus, outstanding issues. Now this again, today is D-Day on the other side. I also think you must stand back. Then the response in a question format from Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala on the same date, 31st December at 11:33. Stand back, I don't understand what you mean. And then the response on the same date at 11:35 by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi, indicating that for your safety and business. And the next chart, 2 minutes after that, on the same date at 11:37, Mr. Mokgotsi to Brown, saying, we must fight what comes your way.
We must just fight.
We must just fight what comes your way. In response by Mr. Matlala on the same date, 31st December at 11:40, it reads thus, this won't change my contribution towards the minister though. I made a conscious decision and I'm not backing down. Whatever help the minister needs, whatever help the minister needs from my side, I'll be happy to assist. I just don't want to fight losing battles. The message then from Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala as a response to Mr. Mokgotsi. Moving on to the next page, 19, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Vusimuzi Matlala with the message on the 31st still of December 2024 at 12:25. With the message reading, here is our backlog and we now need to deal with this. It's a last day. Followed by another message at 12:30 on the same date, 31st December 2024, from Brown Mokgotsi to Vusimuzi Matlala. I thought we spoke about it, but we did many regions. It's only 2 regions left. And then the next message at 13:55 on the same date, the 31st of December 2024. Brown Mukotsi to Vusimuzi Matlala, asking, is it possible for you intervene on the membership for 2 regions, 12.5K each, cause CKZ, today we must pay. That message is followed by a call from, after sending that message, a call from Mr. Brown to Vusimuzi Matlala at 13:57 the same day, and another call at 16:46 from Mr. Mukotsi to Matlala on the 31st of December 2024. Then at 17:44 on the same date, Mr. Matlala is responding to Mr. Mukotsi as follows: I'm sorry I missed your calls. I do not have a problem to help. There is some things I need to understand and also hear what my concerns are. Please, like I said before, can we kindly meet whenever you have time and hear what I have to say? That message from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mukotsi is followed by a call at 17:49 on the same date and another call at 17:50 from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mukotsi. And then the next page, 20, on the same date, 31 December, Mr. Brown Mukotsi responding to Mr. Matlala with the message, "Sure, boss," followed by a deleted message that was from Brown to Mr. Matlala on the same date at 19:07. On the same day, 31st of December at 19:08, Mr. Brown Mukotsi is sending a message to Mr. Kat Matlala, which reads thus: we managed to push. We only need for those 2 regions. We only need for those 2 regions.
The figure 4, the figure 4 perhaps being FOR.
That might be corrected.
I ask people, I ask you not to speculate, and there I am speculating.
Thank you, Commissioner. Then after that, on the 31st still of December 2024, a minute after, Brown Mukotsi is following that message with the banking details to Mr. Matlala. And then the same minute, few seconds, then Mr. Brown Mukotsi is sending a message, we need 25K only. The next message, still from Mr. Brown Mukotsi to Mr. Kat Matlala. A minute after that, it reads, we'll engage with everything and anything we need, my boss. The problem is we're gonna lose voters in the 2 regions. Then that message then is followed by calls from Brown Mukotsi on the same date, 31st December. The first one is at 19:11, followed by the second one at 19:19 to Vusi Matlala.
Keep going.
Then on the 21st, page number 21, on the same date, another call from Vusimuzi Matlala, followed by a return call from Brown Mukotsi at 20:30, still on the same date. And then same date at 20:44, Mr. Brown-Mokgothi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala, reading "My brother," and then at 21:02, same date, Mr. Matlala is responding to the fact that he was taking a bath. I'll let you know if I win or not. Still waiting. With the response at 21:03, December 31st, with "oh" from Mr. Brown-Mokgothi, and then correcting that a few seconds after to read "okay." And then on the same date, 22:06, Mr. Brown-Mokgothi is sending a message to Vusi Matlala. "It means we didn't win, my brother." And then the following day, on the 1st of January 2023, at 13:51, the message from Brown-Mokgothi to Mr. Kat Matlala at 13:51. The message reads, "Good day. I have arranged a meeting for Sibiya, and the minister must have a solution." Then on the same date, 01:01, at 22:13, Mr. Brown-Mokgothi is making a call, followed by an emoji of a strong arm. On the same date, then at 22:13, same day, the 1st of January, at 22:14, a call from Mokgothi to Mr. Matlala, followed by the message at 22:38, same day, 1st of January 2025. The message reads, "The task team that came to your house and harassed you has been dissolved, / disbanded." Then on the 2nd of the following day now, of January, the first communication between the two is at 7:12 in the morning, where Dlamini is then responding to the message of the previous night with a message, "Oh, really?" followed by another message a minute after that, "I see you tried calling me last night." And then the next message at 7:14, another minute later, the question, "When is this happening?" Then the response is at 8:58 from Mr. Mokgothi responding to Mr. Matlala, indicated on the message, "They got the letter on Monday. As we speak, they are bringing all the dockets to Sibiya." Followed by an attachment as Annexure BM3 that is sent by Mr. Brown-Mokgothi at 10:05 still on the 2nd of January, forwarding the attachment to Mr. Matlala, which is annexed, as I've indicated, as BM3.
And BM3 is the letter from the Minister to the National Commissioner dated 31 December 2024.
That is correct.
And that's at page 150 of the bundle, Commissioners.
Page, I'm sorry.
Page 150.
Thank you.
Then on the same day, the 2nd of January at 11:13. There is a call between the two gentlemen, and thereafter on the same date from at 11:57, same date, the 2nd of January, there are lots of forwarded messages that are forwarded then to Mr. Mokgotsi, starting from page 23. Starting from page 23 to page 34, to page 34A, 34, the bottom part, all those messages are containing the information as well as the screenshots of classified information that is used or that belongs to the division crime intelligence of the SAPS.
Can we then proceed to page 34?
Just explain this, please, General. So are you saying Mr. Mokgotsi was in possession of classified information?
Yes, Commissioners, Mr. Mokgotsi was in possession of all this classified information that is forwarding to Mr. Madlanga.
Thank you. And that also as at the 2nd of January 2025, in the morning already at 10:05, he was already in possession of the minister's letter
to the National Commission.
Following the earlier message on the 1st of January informing Mr. Madlanga that the task team is disbanded.
Yes, yes.
Then comes a series of information that's classified in the possession of Mr. Mokgotsi, which he forwards to Mr. Madlanga. And we'll go past that to page 34. At the bottom of that page. Can you take it from there, please, General?
And then at page 34, the message is a screenshot again from Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Madlanga, which contains the communication between Mr. Brown Mokgotsi and a certain Dion. The screenshot is having the first message that is visible, reading as follows: as Dineo Mukwili stroke Muhajane Peyele Angestel as a brick, limited interpretation of Afrikaans. It's a question asking if is there any Dineo Mukwele or Muhajana who's working by them as a brigadier. Then on the next page, 35, the continuation of the screenshot, again, still in Afrikaans, no.
Sorry, General, but before you go to that, there's a response to that question that's cut off, but it looks like a yes, followed by 2 dots and another word.
Now, from my copy, it's badly cut off. I can then speculate that it's a yes. On the screen, yes, it reads better. It's a yes with 3 dots and alphabets TSU.
Okay, you can continue.
And then on the next page, the question, no, who had say nog steeds nie a pesal nomer nie, ook enige idea of say family as. It's still the screenshot of the communication between Mr. Mokotsi and a Dion that was then forwarded to Mr. Matlala.
Do you know who this Dion is? For a fact, not speculation.
No, we do not know, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Then, moving on.
Ms. Hassim, don't we want to have a translation of the Afrikaans in both texts? As Dineo Mukwele / Mohajane Peyele aangestel as brigadier.
Chair, are you asking me to translate it?
I'm asking for your resourcefulness.
We can get a translation prepared for us by an Afrikaans speaker.
Was Dineo Mukwele / Mohajane?
My colleague.
No. Let's get a translation.
Okay.
Please, thank you.
Advocate Hassim, those of us who did our LLB in Afrikaans can figure it out, but I know Chair does not have the same advantage.
So you'll help the Chair then. Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. We'll get a transcription.
Thank you.
General, you've answered that you don't know who Dion is. If you go to page where it starts, that screenshot at page 34, Dineo Mahajane Beyele aangestel as brick. Is it fair to surmise that this is asking a SAPS member about the employment of Dineo Mukwele? Can one say that from this?
Yes, Commissioner, that is the interpretation that one can come up with, that someone is asking about the status of appointment of a certain brigadier.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's more in this vein as we go through. So if we go down to the next message that's forwarded, can you? Oh, is it cut off? In your file, General. So below that screenshot is another message that's forwarded.
Yeah.
And can you, without identifying, we have redacted on the screen the confidential information, but can you tell us what we are looking at here?
Yes, then Commissioners, thank you. The next message that is forwarded, it's another screenshot forwarded by Mr. Brown Mukotsi to Mr. Matlala, which is of a screenshot taken from the South African police system that is having the personal details of all the employees, which is accessible only by the personnel working at human resource management of the SAPS. It contains the details, including the identity number of one of the employees.
Do you know who that identity number belongs to? You don't need to say if you
Yes,
don't
I
know.
do know.
Is it, okay. It's the same person that
The
was
same
the
person.
subject of the inquiry in the last.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Sorry, you say this kind of information would only be available to SAPS employees. It's internal information.
No, the kind of information can only be made available to the employee, him or herself only,
see.
not to another third party.
Okay, thank you.
So as I understand it, there's two aspects to that. The first is who has access to this software, this program, the Cartel system. Who would have access? And as I understand you, you're saying it would only be SAP's employees, and in particular HR.
Yeah, that's correct, Commissioner.
And the second aspect of that is that even those who have access can't disseminate the information other than
To the employee.
to the employee.
And Mr. Mokgotsi, you may have already spoken to this. Is he at this point an employee of the SAPS at the time that he's forwarding this information?
Yeah, according to our investigation, Mr. Mokgotsi is not the employee of the South African Police Service.
Thank you, Commissioner. So can we then turn to the chat that starts on page 36? At the top of page 36.
On page 36, it's a message from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokgotsi with the question reading, what is these things you just sent to me, brother? I see it shows several registration numbers of cars and residential addresses. The response on the same date, the 2nd of January at 14:18 from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala. The message reads, they used state money to buy those properties. Then followed by a call.
Is this out of sequence now? Because it does not seem to flow from what you were dealing with before, or am I lost? The last thing was personal information relating to some employee, and then suddenly there's reference to cars and residential addresses. Is there a gap in my understanding?
No, I think the way to understand it, Chair, is when you look at all of those those pieces of classified information, each one of them that we've skipped over, they're all sent in one batch or forwarded at the same time.
All right. No, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. That is our interpretation that the questions or the question by Mr. Matlala to the sender of all these screenshots, which is Mr. Brown Mokgotsi, is the lack of understanding as to what are these things that he just sent. And then he is explaining. Then on the 2nd, still on the 2nd of January at 2025 at 14:29, they are exchanging a call, Mr. Matlala and Mr. Mokgotsi. And then on the 4th now of January at 9:46, Mr. Matlala is forwarding a message to Mr. Mokgotsi with the title, Shocking Revelations. It is a forwarded message that Mr. Matlala would have got it from the social media and then forwarded it. The social media reflects the date 3rd January on the next page, 37. Then the Mr. Matlala is forwarding then the same message to Mr. Mokgotsi.
And before you move off that, if you can just say what in summary, this message is about, this social media post.
Thank you, Commissioners, scanning, as I've indicated, that it looks like a message that Mr. Madlanga got from the app social media X, on the 3rd of January, and then screen grabbed it and forwarded it to Mokgotsi. The first paragraph suggesting that it's information received regarding the political killings task team from one of their former investigators at the task team. So it continues to talk to, on the first paragraph, mentioning the former Minister of Police, and then also the current Minister of Police. And then I'm not sure whether I must go through the whole screen grab, Commissioners.
Perhaps just give us the substance of it.
And, Chair, and perhaps if you could deal with the one aspect of it that deals specifically with you, that names you.
Then on the first paragraph, the names named are within the sentence that starts with, they were about to arrest the police officers who were implicated in the killing of Sindiso Magaqa. I'm told that all reports that were withheld by Begicele have been retrieved and handed over to Minister Senzo Mchunu. That is the message then contained in that first paragraph. The second paragraph, it continues to talk about the information, alleged information then around that case of the killing of Sindiso Magaqa, mentioning some of the names of people that were involved, as well as other names as the firearms, the money exchanged, and then some of the noticeable names are the names that we are aware of that were part of our briefing yesterday on the same case. And also, as you move down, there will also be, I think on the next page, 37, there is also a mention of General Khumalo, who was still a lead investigator in this political killings task team, which was also investigating this matter of Sindiso Magaqa case, and who was told by former minister not to arrest crime intelligence officials. Then the last paragraph, it also talks about crime intelligence operating as a third force unit, which is why General Khumalo is heading both units, crime intelligence and the political killings task team. He appointed his brothers, families, and friends as investigators and bodyguards for him and Lushaba. Lushaba's bodyguard is a guy called Lushaba.
And it's signed, if one can say, by someone called not a peace officer.
Yes,
And
that's correct.
It's on the X platform. Do you want to respond to what you've just read, the allegations relating to you? Do you have any comment on that?
The shortened version of the response, Commissioners, will be that is what we experienced soon after the disbandment letter was circulated, because between the first and the second, when the letter was circulating on the social media before its official communication channels within SAPS, soon after that, then we saw lots of misinformation that was all over the the social media space, talking to either the political killing trust team or the General Khumalo and others, but the misinformation will always have either the political killing trust team or General Khumalo.
Okay, you can continue.
And then after sending or after forwarding that X information, Mr. Madlanga followed it up on the same day at 1946 with the message to Mr. Brown Mukhozi reading
At 9:46.
at 9:46 with the message reading, "I see something very interesting here." And then the response at 9:49 from Brown Mukhozi to Vusimuzi Madlanga reads, "Yeah, ne, gloves are off. Gloves are off." And then on the next page, 38, on the 6th now of January at 10:55, Mr. Brown Mukhozi is sending a message to Mr. Dlamini. "Morning, is it still fine that we meet tomorrow? I'm off to Cape Town on Wednesday, the 4th of January. On Wednesday, 4 January.
Sorry, Advocate Hassim, there seems to be an issue with the screen.
I'm advised that the issue is just relating to this page, and it was when the reductions of the phone numbers were conducted, it seemed to just glitch and it redacted other parts. But it's only this page that's affected. Chair, I would suggest we just move on.
Let us do so.
Thanks.
Thank you.
General, so you were at the top of page 38, reading the message from Mr. Mukhozi on the 6th of January 2025 at 10:55. Could you just start with read that again, please?
Thank you. The message by Mr. Mukhozi to Mr. Madlanga reads, "Morning, is it still fine that we meet tomorrow? I'm off to Cape Town on Wednesday for January 8th, also confirming the house in Camps Bay." So the next messages exchanged between the two are an attempt to set up a meeting as per this first message read. At 16:35, a response from Madlanga, "Where must we meet tomorrow?" followed by a response from Mukhozi, Houghton, and then the next from Madlanga asking the time, and the response from Mr. Brown Mukhozi giving any time after 8, my boss. And then still on the same day, this communication about the arrangement of their meeting. And then Mr. Madlanga indicates the time of his availability. "I have 11 o'clock with my banker. Let me see you at 9:30 rather." That is the message then at 16:39. And then on the same day at 16:47, Mr. Brown Mukhozi responding and confirming 8 p.m., my boss. Mr. Madlanga agreeing at 16:47 on the same date with the message, "Oh, okay, I will see you later then at 20:30. The page 39, the first message is a strong arm emoji from Mr. Brown Mukhozi to Mr. Madlanga at 16:48, and then followed by 2 calls on the same date, the 6th of January. First one at 17:30, next one at 17:32, and a return call from Mr. Brown Mokgotsi at 18:27. Then still on the same page 39, Mr. Matlala is forwarding a message to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi. The message that is read as if it was sent to Mr. Matlala by someone else, and thereafter he is forwarding the message as it is, is forwarding it to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi. The message reads, "Hello, Mr. Rafadi." That is where we can speculate that this message was originally sent to Mr. Rafadi, who...
If I can pause you, General, we are going to get to the chats of Mr. Rafadi, and then we'll see there that this message was forwarded to Mr. Matlala from Mr. Rafadi, and Mr. Matlala is now forwarding it on. Continue. Sorry for the interruption.
So I'm not sure then, Commissioners, whether we deal with this message as it's forwarded or we deal with it when we're dealing with Mr. Rafadi's chats.
I propose that you deal with it now. Thank you. Go ahead.
The message reads, "Hello, Mr. Rafadi," and an emoji. Good day and compliments of the new year. It's Henrika from Power FM.
I see you really don't want to describe the emojis, General Khumalo, but it's fine. Continue.
Then, unless if I'm allocated an interpreter, Commissioners, really not good. And also, then it's Enrina, producer of Daily Talk show hosted by Lerato Pele, who would like to kindly ask for your time for an interview on our show tomorrow morning to talk about the dissolving of the task team dedicated to political killings. The police minister did mention that the task team services were no longer, and we just want to discuss this with you as you paint a picture of the current state of political killings in the country, especially because there has been criticism of the team still being needed, with some analysts saying it was time for the team to be dissolved. If you may please join us at 10:30 tomorrow morning, we will truly appreciate it. That is the content of the forwarded message by Kat Matlala to Mr. Mokgotsi, and it is followed by a screenshot, with a Power Talk site that might indicate then that's where the discussion will be. And then the next message on the 7th.
We won't play that, Chair, but did you listen to it, and do you know what that link contains, that interview?
The link is, of course, then Mr. Rafadi introduced himself as invited to this talk show to discuss the issue as indicated on the invite. There were two guests, Mr. Rafadi and someone else, who were then approaching this discussion from two opposite directions, with Mr. Rafadi in support of the disbandment and the other commentator, not in support. That is the summary that one can give then for this discussion.
Thank you, General. You may proceed.
And then still on the 7th, at 1942, Mr. Matlala is sending a message to Mr. Brown Mokhosi. One will then read that together with the previous messages where they were arranging the meeting, with Mr. Matlala asking at 1942 if, can I start making my way to you because I'm a little bit far from our meeting place. And then Mr. Mokhosi responding that 2030 I'll be there, which is the time that they agreed upon on their previous engagement. Followed by at 2026 on the same date, 7th of January 2022, by two calls from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokhosi at 2026 and 2042 respectively, with the return call again from Mr. Mokhosi to Mr. Matlala at 2043, the same date, and then the other calls on the same date from Mr. Matlala at 2048, the first call, at 2101 as well as 2102, or at 2102 is the message now written by Mr. Matlala indicating that he has arrived at the venue reading, I am here. Then the next, on the following day now, the 8th of January, in the early hours, 0047, Mr. Mokhosi is sending, definitely not an emoji, it looks like 2 dots, and then at 0048, Mr. Mokhosi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala that this is outstanding. And then on the same date at 0049, now Mr. Mokhosi is specific as to what is outstanding. He says you paid, in the message, you paid 37,000 and the 111,000 is outstanding, which can be related to our previous charts that were talking to the payment of 25% deposit to a travel agency. And then still on the 8th of January 2025, Brown Mokhosi is reminding Mr. Matlala that this is what you paid on that message at close to midnight, that discussion at 0050. And then at 8:14, still on the 8th, Mr. Mokhosi is sending to Mr. Matlala a notice of an annual BPF presidential gala dinner with those particulars at 14:39. And then it is followed by the information pertaining to that particular event in terms of packages from platinum to gold and silver, and then the detailed information is contained on that notice. Then the response or the message that followed those pictures that were sent by Mr. Mokhosi, it's followed by a message indicating we'll take silver package. That can be read with the previous photo then of those options for the event packages. At 8:33, Brown Mokgotsi is just sending okay message to Mr. Matlala. And then at 8:34, Mr. Mokgotsi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala which reads, "We cancel, but it is spelled wrong as we CANXEL, the table, cause I thought we buy 2 chairs only." That is the message then from Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala. And then Mr. Matlala is responding at 8:40, saying, "I will call you later, brother. I think we don't understand each other." And then the next page, 43, the next message at more or less the same time, which is a response by Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, read, "Sorry, 4 tables." And then it's followed by the banking details that are forwarded by Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala. And then the next message was deleted, which was originally sent by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala at 9:13, the same day, the 8th of January. And then the next is the message on the same day, 8th of January at 9:14, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi sending to Kat Matlala. The message reads, "We can buy the tables through him at, full stop, 100K. Then the next message again sent by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Vusimuzi Matlala. It's the names with identity numbers of 8 people with the message starting with flights. And then the next, then it's particulars, personal particulars of 8 people. Then on the next page, 44, at 9:46 on the same date of the 8th, the message reads from Brown Mokgotsi to Kat Matlala, "They all fly on Friday and return Sunday." The next message, same date, at 11:37, Brown Mokgotsi is sending to Vusi Matlala that I'm off to Cape Town. The next message on the same date at 14:25, "My brother," that is from Mokgotsi to Matlala. And then same day at 17:53, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala indicating that I'm in Cape Town, Sibia is in Camps Bay. And then the next message at 20:01, it's not a message, it's 2 calls at 20:01, both of
General,
them.
sorry, without speculating, do you know who that Sibia is that is referred to in that chat?
No, I do not know, Commissioner. Then we continue. After those 2 missed calls by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokgotsi, it's followed by a return call at 20:01, and then it's the message again at 20:09 by Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala. The message reads, "My brother, some people have arrived here already, and you were saying some are here in Cape Town.
Someone.
Could
You were saying some, and it's got a number 1. Someone.
You were saying some and the number 1 here in Cape Town could help us with something." Then on the next page, 45, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala. The message reads, The message is at 2014. Please confirm the following. Number 1, the table dash 100K. Number 2, 8 times flights. Number 3, the 75% balance of 111K. Please, and I will understand. And then that message is followed by another message from Brown Mukhodzi at 2016 to Mr. Matlala. The message reads, this will allow me to handle everything and the minister. And then next message, then are the calls between the two gentlemen on the same date at 2038 and again 2038, which looks like they were missing each other. Then the message from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mukhodzi at 2053, which is, this I will do except the table booking, which might be interpreted as a response from the message sent by Mukhodzi at 2014 with the list of things that are including the table as number 1. And then the response at 2056 from Brown Mukhodzi to Mr. Matlala, it says K, which can be interpreted as okay. And then at 2057, on the same date, the 8th of January, Mr. Brown Mukhodzi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala, reading as follows: please assist with something for the guests. And then on the same date at 2252.
And just to pause you there, General, this message may be related to the message on the page before, the last message at 2009, that people have arrived and can you assist?
It can
Is that how
it can be circumstantially related to it, Commissioners. Then the last message on page 45 at 2252 on the same date, the 8th of January, it's written by Brown, sent by Mr. Brown Mukhodzi to Vusimuzi Matlala with one word, Impala, in a question mark, Impala. And then Mr. Mukhodzi.
General, do you have any idea what this is referring to? What's this Impala? Only if you have an idea.
I only have a knowledge because in Zulu we also have an animal called Impala. I'm looking at the spelling. It looks the same as how we spell Impala, animal, in Zulu.
But in this context, you have no idea what this means?
No, I don't have idea.
Thank you.
Commissioner. And then the next message on page 46, on the same date, the 8th of January, at now 2254, Mr. Brown Mukhodzi is following that message of Impala that he sent with next time. And then at 2255, another message, the emojis that I've been struggling with the interpretation, Commissioners, unless if I get assistance.
It's like two laughing faces.
With tilted heads.
Then on the following day, the 9th of January at 2025 at 9:50, they start exchanging calls between, the first call is from Mr. Matlala, followed by the one then from Mr. Mukhodzi to Matlala, and Next one is from Mr. It looks like they were missing each other or talking a lot within that time frame. Then followed by a deleted message at 10:43, which was sent by Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala at 10:43. Then on the 9th, still at 10:44, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala, which reads, replace number 1 and 2, which then can talk to the previous messages that are numbered on the communication between the two.
I suppose it's also fair to make provision for the possibility that 1 and 2 may have been in that deleted message. I mean, we don't know what deleted message was.
That is possible, Commissioner.
Yes.
And then the next message at 10:44 on the same date, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala, which reads, we have done it already because you were not responding. And then at 10:44, again, few seconds after, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi is calling, and then after a call on the same date, and then a message reading Boso, and then on the same date, 10:57, another call, followed by deleted messages or screenshots, or screenshots that were sent by Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala. That will take us up to page 48 and then to page 49. We resume then on the same date, the 9th of January at 11:16 with a call. Then the next, then at 11:17, it's the account details of the same travel agency, Cartel, that was sent previously. Now Mr. Mokgotsi is sending the same account details at 11:17, and then followed by a call at 13:01 from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, another call at 13:41, then the return call at 13:42, then from Mr. Matlala. Then the messages on the same date from 13:47, there are attachments that are annexed as BM4 and BM5 that are then sent by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokgotsi.
So the first attachment is BM4, and that's on page 154 of the bundle. And can you just say what is reflected on that annexure?
It's page number 134.
154, apologies, General.
On page 154, the annexures are not clear on the copy that I'm having, Commissioners.
I hope it's clear in your copy, Chair. It's essentially then, if I can just point out, they're flight bookings, and you'll see it's for 6 people. And then BM5, which is at 157. So that's, sorry to be clear, it's flight bookings for 6 people, the first one, from Johannesburg to Cape Town. BM5, it's the same 6 people, return flights from Cape Town to Johannesburg. And the date of the first flight is 10 January, and the return is 12 January. That takes us to the bottom of page 49 with the message from
After
Mr.
the 2 annex charts, Commissioners, then there is a message from Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Kat, reading as the last number 2, the last 2, with the question mark. That is on the same day, the 9th of January at 14:03. Then moving on to page 50, the follow-up message at 14:04, reading this 2, number 2. And then followed by the call at 14:09 from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, and a deleted message, same day at 14:10. Another deleted message, same day at 14:10. Then, on the same day, then the 9th of January at 14:40, Mr. Matlala is sending a message to Mr. Mokgotsi, which is reading 111K is paid. And then the response at 14:43 from Mr. Brown to Mr. Matlala, reading thanks, spelled as THNX. And then the next message at 15:24, Mr. Mokgotsi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala, reading the last 2 guys with a question mark. And the next message then, it's an annexure BM6, is on the same date at 15:27.
And that has the annexure BM6, and that's at page 160, which is a proof of payment, again, from the same Mr. Matala, from the same, his company, to Gotle Specialists.
Thank you, Commissioners. Moving on to the next page.
Sorry, and just to say the amount reflected on the proof of payment is 111,000.
Okay.
For completeness, Ms. Hassim, you also indicate the payment is from, as per this proof of payment?
It's from Medicare 24 Tshwane District Pty Limited.
Thank you.
Continue,
Then,
General.
continuing on page 51, on the same day, the 9th of January, at 16:51, the message from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, which reads thus: my brother, thanks for everything, with a spelling mistake on brother. It's spelled BROTJER, and thanks is spelled as THNX. The 4, it's in a number 4, and then everything. And then the list, number 1, 2 people outstanding. Then number 2, the contact person with a spelling mistake on the contact, instead of N, it's M, and then another spelling mistake on person with the end, at the end of person. The location which can read, and the location of the accommodation in Camps Bay. Number 3, it's entertainment. That is the list, then that is sent by Brown Mukhosi to Kat Matlala on the 9th of January at 1651. That is followed by a call from Mr. Mukhosi to Mr. Matlala at 20:06 same day. At 20:20 same day, Mr. Mukhosi is sending a message to Matlala reading, "We spoke about this." And then the next message, a few seconds after, Mr. Brown Mukhosi saying, but I think you did your best, with you spelled as a U and your spelled as you are. And then the greetings morning on the morning of the 10th at 10:46 by Mr. Mukhosi, followed by a call at 10:48 still from Mr. Mukhosi, and another call at 18:43 on the same day. Then on the same day at 19:41, Mr. Matlala is responding to Mr. Mukhosi with a message, "Good evening, was out of the country, left my phone with my assistant. I see you tried calling me, brother." Then the next page, 52, that message is followed by a call now from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Brown, and then a response from Mr. Brown Mukhosi to Matlala on the WhatsApp chat, "Yes, my brother," on the same day, the 10th. Then still on the 10th, Mr. Brown Mukhosi is sending a message now at 19:56, reading as follows, "I was saying, will you still assist us with entertainment?" Which is one of the 3 things that are on the last list that Mr. Brown Mukhosi has sent the previous day. Then on the 10th, still at 19:57, it's a call, and then from Mr. Mukhosi to Mr. Matlala, followed by a message from Mr. Matlala on the same day at 20:18. The message reads, "Whenever you're back and ready to meet, I'll explain to you further how I prefer to do things. As for now, honestly, I don't understand this whole engagement.
Arrangement. I don't understand this whole
Arrangement.
arrangement, yes.
I partly did it to show my interest, but further, I'll prefer to have a proper structure." That is the message then by Matlala to Brown Mukhosi. And then the other message on the same day, or a response at 20:21, on the same day now from Mukhosi to Matlala, which reads thus, "True, my brother, I just have a volume of people, and when we met Houghton, you said you were going to organize something for us here, like drinks and food. Believe you me, you did the best, and will NVR," which might read, "you will never reach this stage again. It is not nice to be spelled with a B alphabet, getting so much with double O without doing everything in return.
Anything in return.
Anything in return. Even 15K will cover until spelled wrong Sunday." Then on the same day at 20:26, a call with a message from Mr. Matlala indicating that he will call, or I will call in a minute. Then same day, 20:29, the message now from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mukhosi, when you get back, organize a proper setup going further, especially the main men behind all this. And then on the same day, 2029, the message from Kurt to Mokgotsi reads, "You can send that account number," and then the response, "Yes, guaranteed," by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi on the same day, at 2029. And then the message stressing guaranteed from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala at 2030, and then followed by another message few seconds after from Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala reading, you have to send to 3 accounts with U spelled as a U alphabet and have without an A. And then still on the same day at 2030, Mr. Matlala is responding or sending a message to Mr. Mokgotsi which reads, "Please get one and you will share it in 3 as a number." And then at the same day, a minute after, Mr. Matlala is sending another message to Mr. Mokgotsi, "I need to do debriefing now." That is followed by the account details, which are the same as the one that was sent before at 2036 by Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, and then the second also. So it's 2 account details that are sent this time around. And then on the same date, 2037, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala, which reads, "I only got the card and I won't transfer to Mulikwa." And that is followed by the calls on the same on that day, the last call at 2039 from Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala. The following day, on the 11th.
Before the following day, General, these names here with account numbers, do you know who they are? Was any check done to see who they are?
The first one, it's similar to the previous one that we have seen, and it is linked with the travel agency company, Khumalo.
Okay, thank you.
It's only this second one that is new in our chart analysis. Then moving on, the following day, on the 11th, it's just one call from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokgotsi, and then Mr. Matlala, then the following day, the 12th, at 9:04, he is sending to Mr. Mokgotsi a screenshot that is having a newspaper article headline. It reads, "The lone robber walks out of crime intelligence unit with 1.3 million intelligence unit in a bag." Yeah, it's cut, that screenshot, it's not clear, but those are the words that are reflected there. It is a newspaper headline.
Can you read the next message before I ask a question on this?
Then the next message from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokgotsi, after sending that newspaper article. The message reads, the message is at 0904. It reads, Nanzo, with 4 zeros or 4 O's and an N before Z. The message reading, they covering up so minister won't find out the splash funds corruption, staging robberies. Another emoji, which is much clearer on the screen, like a happy person.
A happy person, yes. Do you know anything about this incident that's being reported about a robber walking out of crime intelligence unit, your unit, with 1.3 million in a bag?
Yes, commissioners, we are aware of the incident that is related to the story. It relates to an incident where one of our offices in the Eastern Cape was robbed of cash, which is similar to the one reflected on the story, 1.3 million. But then the investigation was completed within a day or two of this incident. It was a staged robbery, and then a captain and all other officers were charged departmentally, and the captain criminally, and so the matter is at court. So it was not a robbery according to our investigation, but maybe to give also a background to that, the alleged robbery took place after I had assigned personnel from my office to go and do the surprise inspection in Gauteng province in our cash offices, where then they found lots of contraventions of policies, and then there were cases that were registered. After the Gauteng surprise inspection, I then brought the team together to plan for simultaneous surprise inspections in all other 8 provinces, which might look like then that plan leaked, because on the same day of that surprise inspection, that's when this fake robbery was then reported.
And were the inspections taking place in all provinces?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. This continues the exchange between the two gentlemen on this article. So if you can just take it from
Page 56.
Well, it starts at the bottom of 55. Message from Mr. Mokotsi on 12 January at 9:04. But the message, I'm sorry to say, General, is an emoji.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. It's an emoji. I'll take it. It's another laughing or happy face, as I'm told, which is much clearer on the screen than on the copy I'm having. Then followed by, on the 12th at 9:05, Mr. Brown Mukhosi, a message to Kat Matala. The message reads, on it. And then the next message from Matala to Mr. Mukhosi, reading, my guy wants to run a story regarding this. Can he go ahead? One can interpret that it's a discussion after the exchange of that media article screenshot. And then,
do you know who the my guy refers to?
With the further analysis that was done on these charts, my guy might refer to the same guy that we referred to when there was an exchange of fake news from X, Mr. Rafadi. So this is referring to the same person.
Thank you.
And then on the 12th of January at 9:05, a message from Mokgotsi to Madlanga came Friday. And then on the same day, 9:05, yes, please, spelled with a Z and PLI. And then on the 12th again, 9:05, Mr. Mokgotsi is sending a message to Kat Madlanga, which reads, must share that without A, we see prior.
Do you know what he's referring to there?
Speculating, it might be talking to the guy who will be running a story as per the message at 9:05
Thank
on
you.
the same day.
Okay, you can continue. So the next is it's an ID document.
It's an ID document, screenshot sent by Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Kat Madlanga. After that screenshot, there is a message at 10:03, still on the 12th, from Brown Mokgotsi. After sending that screenshot, the message reads, my boss can't get a flight ticket. And then Mr. Madlanga is responding, what you mean, at 10:04 on the same date. And then at 10:06, Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Brown with the message, to Mr. Madlanga with the message, my brother, trying to get one. And with the response, okay, from Madlanga then to Mr. Mokgotsi. Then next message now is Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Madlanga. Can you get it, my boss? Speculating that it refers to the flight. And then the exchange of calls, or a call at 10:50, followed by the message now at 11:37, again from Mokgotsi asking Mr. Madlanga, is it available? Still speculating the flight ticket. Okay. And then the next message, 12:56, Mr. Mokgotsi asking again nothing. And then at 12:57, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi is sending another message, only tomorrow. That is when then Mr. Madlanga is responding with the flight details sent then to Mr. Mokgotsi. After the exchange of those chats talking about or speculating the request and of the flight ticket. And then there is a question mark message on the 12th of January, still 2025, at 16:41, followed by a call from Mr. Mokgotsi and a message from Mr. Mokgotsi reading sure, and then another message on the same date at 16:47. In a question, did you do the booking, which is followed by a call and another call at 16:57 and 17:16 from Mr. Brown to Mr. Madlanga. And then the pleading message after those two unanswered calls and unanswered messages, another message then from Mokgotsi asking Mr. Madlanga to talk to him, reading, talk to me without A between T and L, and 2 in a number 2, me, and please, spelled as PLIZZ. Then on the same day at 17:21, it's another call from Mokgotsi. And then on the 14th, which is a day, yeah, on the 14th, which is almost 2 days after the last call, and then 14th of January 2025 at 12:36, a message from Mokgotsi to Madlanga, reading, "Sure, don't forget to work on your invoices." Back in Josie, and then the following message is a screenshot, which is a screen grab, talking to the supply chain management system of SAPS, which is sent by Mr. Madlanga to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi.
And can you just tell us what we're seeing in that screen grab? What's the significance of it?
Firstly, it's identified as the South African Police Service System screenshot. It talks to the information that is captured within the supply chain management when then the invoices are submitted.
So is this, as with the Purcell screenshot that we saw, is this a system that only employees of SAPS and particularly supply chain management staff would have access to?
That is correct, Commissioners. This is the supply chain management system screen grab that only personnel attached to that environment will have access.
Just halfway down that photo, there's a section that says, "No errors found on data set, invoices to be uploaded." What do you understand that to relate to? Does it mean invoices have been submitted but have not yet been uploaded onto the system?
That will be my layman understanding and interpretation, Commissioner. Then on the same day, the 15th of January, Mr. Madlanga is sending a message to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi asking him, "Can you please try to speed it up?" The interpretation will be maybe on the invoice submitted as per the screen grab above.
So, sorry, General, so just to be clear, because the screenshot is sent at 13:22, which says invoices to be uploaded, and then immediately after that, still 13:22, is the message, "Can you please try to speed it up?"
That is correct, Commissioner. And then that is followed at 17:25 by a call from Mr. Madlanga and another one on the same date at 17:28 to Mr. Mokgotsi. And then at the following day, on the 16th, in the morning, 9:01, another call from Mr. Vusi Madlanga, followed by a message on the following day, now the 17th of January at 8 in the morning. The message reads, "Good morning, brother. Just checking if you're winning. The invoicing, I read to pay suppliers before the 26th. Please let me know so as I can engage someone else if you are not winning." The interpretation might be, the message might be related to the previous day's request of the speeding up of the payment as per the invoice submitted. The response on that...
Before you go to the response, I suppose where it says red, that's an auto-correct typo. It should mean...
Need to pay.
Okay, I need to pay suppliers. Please let me know so I can arrange someone else if you're not winning.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Proceed.
Then the response on the same day at 8:40 by Mr. Mokotsi to Mr. Matlala, reading, "I'm on it," and then followed by, then the next communication is on the 20th, where there were two calls at 13:04 that were like missed calls from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokotsi, followed by the message on the 21st, now the following day, at 18:49 with the question, "Did you manage to pull it off today, brother?" Followed by another call on the 22nd, another call again on the 22nd at 8:21 and 8:22 respectively, the calls from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokotsi, with the last call at 8:58. And then the next message, it's a screenshot that is sent on the same day, the 22nd at 9:01 by Mr. Mokotsi to Mr. Matlala.
Just pause there for a moment, General.
Because this is quite lengthy and I do not know to what extent you are going to deal with the detail, General. Perhaps, Advocate Hassim, this is the
This would be a good time.
Stage at which we should adjourn for lunch. And let us come back at 2 p.m. Let's adjourn.
The commission is currently on lunch, so what we are going to do is just to play a clip of the SIU from yesterday until lunch comes back. To those who are staying, we're just going to play that clip as we push time. And those who are leaving, you can come back at 2 p.m. when the commission continues.
Responding to what the advocate has said, or I'm adding my own things. But what I could just say is wow, and a big wow, advocate. And you'll remember,
we have now released the report to all of you through our WhatsApp group, and they are all of that is in page 29, 30, 31, and 32. You will see with the highest person getting around about 30 million rand. One person. Therefore, I just wanted to make note of that. At this point in time, can I ask the Minister of Health to come and respond to what he has just heard? Minister?
thank you very much, Kaiser. Thank you, Advocate TV, and let me acknowledge the Premier, the Deputy Minister, and the MEC. I'm not sure, Kaiser, whether I'm responding to what the advocate has said or I'm adding my own things. But what I could just say is wow, and a big wow, advocate. And you'll remember, the wow I also made to you before, last year. The question which I am struggling, maybe somebody within this house will help me. Why Tembisa Hospital? Why Tembisa Hospital? Why was it selected by so many syndicates? What was their purpose and what drove them? I think those questions need to be answered. Advocate, you mentioned Home Affairs quite a number of times. And you also mentioned the issue of small fish and junior officials. And I'm very, very happy about that, because I'm one of the people who was getting worried that every time people who do malfeasance are caught, if they are junior, people get discouraged and say, no, no, no. Where is the big fish? Why was the big fish left behind? And they don't get happy and they don't regard that as an achievement, the issue of small fish and big fish. I'm saying so because my experience, as you said, in Home Affairs, showed me the amount of damage that is done by the so-called small fish. But before I go into them, let me mention here, okay, that these syndicates we have mentioned here, whether it's Maumela, whether it's Mazibuko, whether it's Ket Matlala, whether it's X, even with their infinite wisdom or thuggery, they could not have achieved what they did without the cooperation and participation of government officials who may happen to be junior, who you call small fish. It will not have happened without them. If they did not want it to happen, these syndicates will have been nothing and they will have achieved nothing. And so we must, while we're chasing the syndicates, we must also look inside about our own officials and how we are going to make sure that in future we don't have that. The second thing I want to mention, I see similarities here. Many of you, as the advocate has said many times today, about the late Babita Deokaran, may his soul rest in peace, who led us to this investigation and lost her life. Many of you don't know. It's me and the Kaiser and the advocate who know that we nearly had a Babita Deokaran, or that there was another Babita Deokaran look-alike in Home Affairs. And it looks like the modus operandi is the same. And because I'm going to make proposals on what I think should be done, I think I need to outline these two cases. In Home Affairs, our Babita Deokaran was a gentleman who was commonly known as Mr. T. It's not because of your legalities, advocate. It's because he has got a very complex vendor name which will twist the tongues of those who are not from Limpopo. So they just called Mr. T. He was working at the biggest refugee reception center in the country. And he discovered corruption there. A very diligent gentleman who hates corruption with all its manifestations. And when he testifies against an official, that official is gone. There's no way you'll survive. He's very diligent. He keeps records. If he appears in front of a tribunal or whatever to testify, you are gone. And the so-called small fish, people who are working in that reception center, are very, very junior, as you're saying, advocate. This small fish decided, just like here in Tembisa, they decided that Babida must go, must be removed forever. They also decided that Mr. T must go. And a few days before he was due to testify against some 11 officials, they sent an assassin who pumped 4 bullets into Mr. T. And Mr. T was taken to hospital, to ICU, and he survived those bullets. He was given a 6 months leave. And after 6 months, he came back. He started where he has left off. He continued doing exactly what he was doing before he was shot. And 2 days before he was due to testify again, 2 more bullets were pumped into him. And just like the first 4 bullets, he survived them. Mr. T survived. And how I knew about him, we had a very strong counter-corruption unit in Home Affairs. They just told me that there is a Mr. T who has just retired minister, and this is what happened to him. And we want you to visit him. And so that he must realize that he has not been thrown away or thrown to the wolves, because he's in hiding. I visited Mr. T, as you remember, advocate. I sat with him for 2 hours. When he finished his story, I said, wow, this is not for me. From what he told me, I decided not to go to the police. I went to Advocate Mutibi. I said, this is bigger than me, Advocate. Come and listen to this man. And I took him there, somewhere within the Republic of South Africa, to talk to Mr. T. And when he listened to his story, he said, wow. He went to fetch his team to come and sit with him. And when they finished, they went straight to a judge who did not hesitate. From the information Mr. T gave, who did not hesitate to give an order for a search and seizure. Many of you in the media attended that. The search and seizure at the Maraba Start Reception Center. It used to have the name of Desmond Tutu. It has been changed. And it was 10 days before the elections last year. And people thought it was just electioneering. They told me so. Many journalists told me this is just electioneering. Nothing will come out of it. Now, why am I relating this story? Because Babita did exactly what Mr. T was doing, and she lost her life. Mr. T did not lose his life, but he's in hiding. He's in hiding. He can't live a free life. The people who killed Babita and who put Mr. T in hiding are driving Lamborghinis. Lamborghini Urus and the ones you couldn't pronounce, advocate. They are living a free life. Now, what type of country are we going to become? That the public servants, who are the real public servants, are the ones that are in hiding, and the scavengas are driving Lamborghinis. Surely none of us would like to live in that type of country. I know what I'm going to say. Many of you here might criticize me, but I'm going to say it anyway. When things like this happen, you start appreciating why the Chinese execute people to remove them from society. You start appreciating it. I'm not saying we can do it. We are a different country. But you start appreciating and understanding why they go to that extent. Because they don't want to live in hiding and let the thugs run amok. When Mr. T, when I visited him, he was still testifying. He testified by virtual. Even now, as I'm talking, still having cases where he's testifying by virtual. I asked him, Mr. T, why you survived twice? And he's still having bullets in his body, which doctors may not remove because they are in very sensitive places of the body. And they will kill him if they try to remove them. I asked him, why do you still continue even after surviving twice. He gave me 2 answers which are still shaking me. He said, Minister, people fought for this freedom and lost their lives. I am not about to give the freedom to the thugs in this country. I may as well lose my life. That will be my contribution to this country. That's what he told me. The second thing was very religious. When Mr. T was shot for the second time, he was just leaving church. Just as he stepped out of the church, they pumped the 2 bullets. Very religious. So the second reason he gave me, he said, Minister, why did I survive twice? Whoever is controlling life and death must have decided that I must be having a purpose in life. That's why he left me here. That's why he didn't take me away. Because I must still do something for this country. And so I'm going to continue doing it. Now, advocate, I don't know what powers you have to make recommendations to the people in power in this country. I'm not in power. I'm just, yes. To the people in power in this country. To make a recommendation about these people, you know, because I agree and I appreciate our democracy. But these people are going to be fired, most probably, after DC. If people are going to testify are like Mr. T, some might be arrested and sentenced, but they are going to get parole and come back and enjoy their Lamborghinis. They are going to get parole. Others are already getting bail. So will all these exercises help us? You have referred cases to me, and I cherish that. Does it help us or does it help the country? Because one thing I know, people who do this never stop, and don't think I'm joking. And the story, another story of small fish. In Home Affairs, we used to have a post-level 6 worker. Those who don't know what level 6 is, a DG is level 16. So you can imagine level 6 is down there, like you are saying, Lex. This man, unfortunately, he comes from my province, level 6. He used to have 5 luxury cars, among them a Porsche and a Mercedes, and a huge house somewhere in Raskororo in Limpopo, with a garage for each of the cars, because he was working with people who want to come into the country illegally, rich people who were paying him, by manipulating the movement control system. Now, when they ask him, advocate, you are a lawyer, you know, this laws we've made. There's a law called Pajaman, where you tell a thug, what do you say if I arrest you? Something like that. They call it Paja. Yeah, the letters which you write, they call them audio. Yes, we have lost many cases because of audio. You are telling a thug that we know what you are doing. Can we do it? And we accept them, you know. So this man was asked, can they remove him from the movement control system? Because he had some codes. You know what he said? He said, yes, take this thing of yours because I'm not going to be able to stop what I'm doing. And they thought he's very arrogant. And when they told me the story, I tried to analyze for the whole night. And I came to a conclusion why this fellow say he can't stop. Look at these people. Lamborghinis, what? Property. How do you maintain that? You can't stop. That chap, how was he going to maintain it? You can't stop. Some of them, I'm sure, have already got children in very expensive private schools and all that. How are they going to stop? And why am I emphasizing on that? The only way for us to stop them is to remove them from society. So remove them from us. That's the only way that to stop. Otherwise, they will still continue. Because even here, I'm sure after Babita died, they still continued. Even after Mr. T survived, they still continued. So I'm calling upon advocate and support me and the Premier that Babita Diogoran and Mr. T must be given national orders, even though with Babita is posthumous, obviously. They are the ones who deserve national orders and who need the freedom of South Africa rather than this tax getting that freedom of South Africa. So I'm sure there will be a question which will be asked by the media, because I ask why Tembisa? Why not any other hospital? But advocate, from my experience, I don't want to stop here. I'm going to sit with you and continue. I would like you to visit at least 2 more provinces after Gauteng. I would like you to do KZN and Eastern Cape. I'm not saying the others no, but I would like you to do that, and we'll sit down and I'll show you why and where and how it must happen. But as to the junior officials here, you need to help us with your power, because SIU have got power, and the powers that be. What do we do with these officials? Could there be a ruling, for instance, that once you are called, you must never, ever, ever work for the public again, regardless of how many years you serve? You must never, ever. Because we keep on recycling them. They keep on being recycled. They go here, DC, they are charged, they get parole and all that, they come back and continue what we are doing. Because, advocate, it can't be us who live in hiding. I appreciate the change of the laws to protect whistleblowers. Yes, I understand that and I support it. But I think our main function is to remove those who force whistleblowers to look for protection. They are the ones that must be removed. And I hope one day when we wake up, we'll have achieved that. But as for these ones that we have put here, we will go and process them. We'll follow all the rules. My own desire is that they must never, ever, ever see any office that serves the public again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. The last person that we go into without waste of time to allow to come to stage is the Premier. As you might have heard, we worked with him a lot around this matter when it started. Premier Panyaza Lesufi, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Program Director Kaiser Khanyao Raliwo. Let me acknowledge the Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Zwaledi, the Deputy Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Pasha, our MEC responsible for Health and Wellness, Menkomo Oralihuku, Advocate Mutibi, and your entire team that has been working on this matter. Members of the media. It was on the 13th of December 2022 that the Gauteng Provincial Government publicly released a SIU commissioned report on the state of SCM procurement at Tembisa Hospital. This was done almost 2 months after I've taken office as the Premier of this province. And when I got the report, we immediately expanded the contract that we had with SIU and requested them to extend their mandate by requesting a full declaration by the President of our country into Tembisa Hospital. So the release today of the preliminary report on Tembisa Hospital, as per the presidential proclamation, is a continuation of our efforts to fight corruption in all our institutions in this province. And I must say, this report is damning and disturbing. It confirms our suspicions that the Misa Hospital probe needed to be expanded. And we are grateful that SIU executed this mandate so diligently and professionally. We are ready to immediately implement these findings as contained in this report. From this report, it is clear we need to broaden this investigation to other hospitals in the province, especially those that had unexplained hike in procurement expenditures in the last few years. There are indications that the same modus operandi is taking place in other hospitals in the province, and therefore we need to move with speed. As earlier indicated, we remain the only province that have an agreement with the SIU to perform these functions on our behalf, even before the President can proclaim, because we want to exploit the capabilities of the SIU to assist us in this regard. I'm of the strong view that the SIU will accept our request to continue with this mandate in other hospitals. It is also worth noting that the corruption involved here, even though the report says can be low level, entry level, or any other level, to us corruption is corruption and it must be hunted regardless of those that are involved and the levels in which they occupy within government. So we'll stop at nothing to ensure that the managers of these institutions, or those that are leading these institutions, account for their acts. As indicated, we remain the only provincial government that have now concluded and finalized lifestyle audits of all their HODs, the DGs, as well as the MECs and the Premier, so that those that lead our institution must lead our institution fully aware that they've been watched and their lifestyle is being monitored. We've also taken a decision, the first of the province, that all those that are working within our supply chain management, they must undergo lifestyle audits. There was serious resistance to this because this is part of lifestyle audit, is not legislated. But as the provincial government, we insisted, and I want to thank the SIU, we are at the tail end of receiving reports of lifestyle audits of all supply chain managers. We are strengthening our open tender system, where tenders are adjudicated publicly in the presence of members of society, rather than in offices of managers. To date, we've released 89 forensic reports that were commissioned by departments, and we are more than willing to implement as well the recommendations that are coming from these reports. So we want to thank those that have been part of this report, those that have cooperated, and those that have provided the information that was needed. In conclusion, we also received summonses from the information regulator requesting our office to appear before the information regulator on all investigation and forensic reports that are within the care of the provincial government. We commit ourselves to cooperate with this process, as we have nothing to hide, but to be as transparent as possible on all these matters. This morning, we were also requested by the Gauteng Standing Committee on Public Accounts, SCOPA, to provide full reports of all investigations that have been conducted by the Auditor General, the Public Protector, the SIU, the National Prosecuting Authorities, the Public Service Commission, including our internal investigation. A detailed 53-long report has been dispatched to SCOPA, and we've asked our communication team to release it to you, that outline all our investigation, the progress that we've made on all these investigations. We also reiterate our call to fast-track the legal processes to establish and protect whistleblowers so that their efforts can be recognized and be supported. As Minister indicated, we support this call for people like Babita Dokaran, Sindiso Makaka, Mpho Mafule, and many others, that they should be rewarded for the hard work, the sacrifices, and the commitment they've demonstrated. Today, the Minister added Mr. T. We are also supporting the Mafule family, who on the 2nd of October 2025, the killer or killers are back in court, and will continue to monitor this case to ensure that we get the relevant information. So our sincere gratitude once more to the SIU for job well done on the release of the preliminary investigation into corruption at Tembisa Hospital. And we remain grateful to you, Advocate Mutibe, and your team for this work. As indicated, our 4-year partnership agreement with the Gauteng provincial government, we will continue. And every report, either from whistleblowers or forensic reports, we will immediately dispatch it to you for further investigation on matters that need this kind of investigation. I thank you once more for your attention. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Premier. The issues, and also please, make sure that you indicate who you want answers from, so that it is easy. Okay. They say that questions that are relating to the Premier and the MEC, can we start there? Because the Premier has to go, and then we will then take it from there. Let's start. And we're going to do 1, 2. Let's start with you.
Good morning, everyone.
Can everybody hear? Give the mic to them. Yeah, they will use my mic.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yoliswa. I'm from Times Line. This one is from the NEC. The SIU says it uncovered 3 syndicates looting over 2 billion from the hospital, from Tembisa Hospital. How did such large-scale corruption escape detection under the department's watch? And also, what measures has the department put in place to ensure procurement processes cannot be manipulated through splitting of contracts below 500,000?
Where is Jeff? Oh, okay.
Jeff Wicks, News 24 Investigations. First question for the head, Advocate Mutibe.
That we have done. I'm sure if you can go to the latest report, even from DID, that says the department was under distress in terms of the projects that were incomplete for the past 10 years. They are no longer there now. We don't fall under that category. So the department, again, we've introduced quotation adjudication committees, which I'm sure you have seen across all health institutions. And these committees are mandated to review, adjudicate, procure requests from 2 million up to 1 million, 200,000 up to 1 million again, thereby decentralizing accountability or ensuring oversight. All CEOs and their finance managers every month, program director, they account to me on the finances. And when we do that, Treasury is there and AG, they are part of those accountabilities. So that if there's something wrong in any hospital that is happening, we're able to pick it up. It's done by me, it's chaired by myself, and the HOD is sitting next to me in those meetings. So all the functioning committees that are responsible for oversight are working in the department. And I've done that. I'm proud to say I've done that because it was not there indeed before when these things happened. Hence, I know each and every, in fact, what we've done, the vetting started at the SCM. I know each and every official there. Some have ran away, those that are scared of being vetted. They resigned, most of them. If you can go to the SCM team now that I have with new teams that are in that unit, because of the changes and the work that we've done of making sure that everyone is done. We even have a list of some of the officials already then that I think I'll talk to the 11 officials that have been identified in the first report by SIU, who were recommended for DCK inquiries and criminal charges. At that time of DE, the criminal element, some were still under investigation that were based on the second proclamation that was done. And I'm happy that immediately when it was done, it helped us to immediately now move and address all the issues of maladministration in the department without any favor or fear. The identified officials then, one of those, the question that we are asking about why Tembisa, it was Tembisa because the CEO that was in Tembisa was leading, Dr. A. Mtunzi. May his soul rest in peace because he died last year, because I don't know what happened, but he's no longer there now. Dr. L.M. Ohaladi, Dr. Monahutla, Mr. Nogogobe, Duduzile Nobungwana, Vuyani Chako, Vuyokazi Mtwesi, Mr. M.A. Mapumulo, El Mujela, Ule Mtunzi, Dr. Rudlisi being an SM official who served on Quotation Education Board here in Tembisa in that committee. They are all not there. Disciplinary hearings regarding Dr. Mtunzi and who was the CEO, and Dr. L.M. Mokhaladi, acting CEO, were handled by the state attorney on instructions from the Premier's office. And again, Mr. Mapumulo and El Mujele could not commence because they had left the employment of the public service at the time of commencement of the investigations. Mr. Mapumulo's whereabouts were known during the time of charges, and where to put the officials, other officials then, while Mujela, being the former SCM manager, went for retirement. But we managed to investigate and check who are those, because we're chasing everyone that had a hand here. Dr. Rudlisi could not commence because he went back to Cuba at the completion of his secondment to South Africa. And Vuyokazi Mtwesi could not proceed because she suffered from, which she was diagnosed of dementia, and she applied for early retirement, and the application was approved by the department. We have charged 5 officials from SCM who served under that QAC, members being Dr. Monahutli, Nobongwane Kombe, and Mtunzi and Chako, as I've said. You will get this list of these people, media. This was initially delays in the prosecution of the matter, while files then at that time were handled by state security. Once the files were handed over to the office, to the Department of Health, we were completely immediately dealt with those. The charges again faced by officials varied based on the SCM rules in the adjudication of various companies. However, the core charges was as follows. It was gross misconduct of failure to comply with decentralized supply chain management policy of 2019. And then in that, you are indicating to yourselves why we were using that. Charge number 2 was gross misconduct, which produces the administration, discipline of efficiency of a department or institution of the state. Again, the PFMA speaks to that. You will see it when you go to section 81 of the PMFA. We use that section. Then Unoko, the state accountant, resigned in February 2024 after being charged and shortly after commencement of the DE. And his DE collapsed because his notice period lapsed the 31st of March 2024 before completion of the DE. Similar to Mr. Duzile Nobungwana, and SSM manager followed suit. Ernest Munakuta was found guilty of all the charges, and the sanctions of dismissal was recommended in April 2024. Ms. Pule Mtunzi was found guilty again, and the sanctions of dismissal were recommended on the 21st of June 2024. The last one, which is the 14th official, was found guilty of all charges, and the sanction of dismissal again was recommended again on the 24th of June 2024. I think I've tried to answer the questions, Chair. If there is any, there will be a follow-up. Thank you.
You have, and you've even gone further than what was requested. Thank you. Advocate.
No, thank you for the questions. I'd like to respond to the questions raised by Jeff Wicks. when I presented, I also acknowledged the role played by media. All the media really have played a role, and I'm particularizing Jeff Weeks as one of the journalists. And you may be aware that he's been doing an exposition of what really happens here in Tembisa. I don't want to be seen as marketing, but you know, he wrote a book. One of the interviews I listened to this morning was his interview on Power FM, or was it one of the stations? And the interviewer actually appreciated in reading the book. So really, and I've said to our team that, you know, we get sources of information that we convert into evidence from various sources, including some of the publications, like those published by Jeff. So, Jeff, the bundles that the team are going through now, and there's the head of the Gauteng office. He has indicated that they are in possession of the bundles. In fact, the Gauteng department has provided us with all those bundles. So we don't see that there would be any delay. The cooperation with the department, I think we've been seeing really quite an improved cooperation, and thank you for that question. I'd like to just really comment on the question raised by our colleague from Power. It's a general question that could be responded to really in so many ways. But I'd like to indicate that in all of the investigations that we do, we also go at all levels of the process that we are following. And if we find that enablers are at the lower level or middle level or higher level of the food chain, so to speak, we do not hesitate to hold anyone to account. Whether you're in leadership, whether you're in senior management or lower management. But you would have seen that you know, there are also enablers outside of government, which are sort of private sector companies, so to speak. These are service providers that have made it their duty to collaborate and collude with the officials. Of course, it takes officials and service providers to work together and collude to now cause this loss to the state. And that is nothing other than organized crime. And it has to be dealt with as such. But the other issue that I need to indicate is that in most instances, when we investigate, we also look at what the weaknesses are in the system. Where is the system vulnerable? Right? In many instances is management override or officials override, which is an intention on the part of the officials to really override the system. So we ask a question on how is it that the system can be fixed. So we go into systemic issues, right? So we will, as SIO, once the investigations are done and the investigators, well, even at the moment, we are able to recommend some of the systemic improvement. We do have a section at SIU that deals with systemic improvement, and it focuses now on systemic investigations, corruption prevention, and so on. So that team will be working with the department here to take the process forward on how to review the system so that there's mitigation. The Office of the President, because the Office of the President has also created a mechanism to monitor the implementation of recommendations. So the presidency was called and SIU also attended. The focus is on ensuring that there's consequence management. It's really no longer business as usual. We have said it before, we'll continue to say it, that we want to see consequence management in all its aspects, whether it's criminal prosecution, whether it's disciplinary action, civil recovery of damages, recovery of losses, also blacklisting of all these companies that have been found here, and not just the companies, but also the directors. Because you know that once you blacklist the company, they go out and then resurface as a different company. So we need to blacklist the directors as well. We want the regulators to also institute consequence management. The referrals in this case to SAPRA and all other regulators. So we want to see the whole system really working in terms of consequence management. And you know that if that system works and works effectively, we are going to see now this perpetual impunity being reduced and being dealt with. I want to also say, MEC, you mentioned that some of the processes of disciplinary action could not or were stopped once the individuals resigned and so on. I'd like to assure the public that this question comes up always, that what happens to those who resign and that the employer cannot take action. In that case, I can assure you that if those employees have been involved and were referred to NPA for criminal action, the criminal process will follow them. And also if they contributed to the damages and losses, they will also be cited in the civil proceedings so that we recover. That's why I indicated that we will recover the lost monies and assets from officials and from civil, service providers. So they are not let loose once they have resigned from their employment. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much. I think there's only one question for me. The issue of putting routing, I presume is the Department of Health under Section 100. Well, the question was not under Section 100, set under administration. I assume, yes, I assume it's under Section 100. But it says, when is the minister going to use his powers to put the province under administration? Ministers don't have any power whatsoever to put any province under administration. That power is in Section 100, 1A or B of the Constitution. And that power is executed by the National Cabinet, but they must get permission from the National Council of Provinces. You've got to give all the reasons why the province must be under administration. And usually, we resort to administration if nothing else can be done. I don't think we have reached a situation where nothing could be corrected in Gauteng. Usually, Section 100, if you look at the areas where we apply Section 100, because it has been done before, it's Limpopo and Northwest. We usually do it when the people who are in charge there, they themselves have shown clearly that there is absolutely nothing that they can do to change that situation. Then you resort to Section 100 and you put administrators. At the present moment, I have got an appointment with the Premier and the MEC and the MEC Finance. We are going to sit together to look at some of the issues that have been raised. I do not think we are at the level where we could say Gauteng is doing nothing. On these issues of corruption, I'm sure you are aware that the advocate in TV, the SIU is there. because they were called by the province, which means they were doing something. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Let me clarify the issue that they say HOD raised of the financial crisis.
Okay.
Yeah, because they will live here thinking that we don't have money. There was a question that, Minister, I'm sorry that I speak after you, that says we have financial crisis. I want to invite colleagues to come to the 14th floor. I'll bring this HOD, the acting CFO, and present to you in my boardroom the finances of the department. When we present that report, you are going to see that the Department of Health needs more money because we've tightened controls now. We're even going to show you areas now that we're able to make sure that we bring money to the department. Just last month, Minister, we had to bring back in one of the areas where there were loopholes, 21 million, but I think it's still not enough that we're bringing it to the coffers of department ourselves. We're paying accruals, colleagues in the Department of Health, that were done more than 20 years back. We don't even get a cent from provincial treasury because they say there is no money. But I've said I'm not going to stop not paying those accruals because there is no money. We're making means, we're paying those accruals. We're paying service providers that you all know that in this room. We used not to pay service providers because the department didn't have money because of some of the things that you have seen today that were happening in this institution. Standing here proudly in front of you that even last month we wanted to pay all service providers. Our value chain is between 0 to how many? It's 9,000 that we must pay every month of the suppliers that are in the system that needs their money. And we're paying them. But what happened now, we end up bloating even treasury, where you have a meeting with the MEC for finance, that they must make sure now that their systems are stronger, are tighter, because we couldn't pay all service providers because they say we bring more service providers now that must be paid with our money that we have. So there is not a single service provider now that we're not paying. The ones of 20 years back, what we have done, Program Director, is to make arrangements with them. Because if we're owing you 30 million, we can't give you 30 million of 20 years back. But we're doing verification. We want you to show us which project that you did. Because in most of those cases, they come from infrastructure through DID. And if we don't see the project that we have done, we don't pay you. But if you have a project and you say these are the millions that we owe you, we say fine, let's sit down then. Our lawyers are sitting at the back. We make negotiations and arrangements with you so that we are paying you. So no service provider now that is not paid in Gauteng because we don't have money. Because we've made means to have money with what we are getting from the grants from the national, which we do appreciate, Minister, and from the provincial treasury and our equitable share, but no extra money that they give us, including those that we don't know them. But we're saying because we're here, you know, anything that happens there, it's your responsibility. I've taken that responsibility. Hence, I'm not scared now of going anywhere, even in the mall. When people see me better, I say, bring that invoice, we will pay you, and we're paying them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. We allowing for the next round. I see 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the hands that I'm seeing. 5. Oh, you are next to me, I didn't see you. Okay, we will do with this 5. Let's start there.
Thanks, Program Director, and thanks to the officials who are here, and specifically to Andy Motivi, for the report. Outside of the report, I think what we get, my name is Nishan Bolton from the Kathrada Foundation, not from any media, but civil society were invited to come here today. I've also been asked by Babita's family to come here because they couldn't be here. I think what the report says is there's the culture issue of corruption in the Department of Health. I've worked in government. For a low-level official to do what is being described here, it's impossible when the entire culture of the organization is such that it allows for that to happen. And that means it is, and that's where I think I'm not sure about the conclusions of Advocate Motibi. It might be that the officials identified are lower ranking, but nothing gets signed or bypasses senior management or should never have been. So I think that that's a fundamental difference that I would have with such a report, placing the blame on low-level officials only. It can only happen when the entire system above them allows for this. So I think that that's a conclusion that we would want to contest once we've gone through the report. On the issue of culture, the department is going to have to figure out how do you change this culture. Now, MEC, at the second Babita anniversary, you had committed to take the family of Babita through this hospital, walk them through so they could see what it is that she had exposed and where this had originated from. We're still waiting for that to happen. I think secondly, there was a commitment that the documentary from News 24 would be screened to health workers. That has never happened. We do these screenings in communities, and I think it would be useful to come to one of them and see the kinds of discussion that it promotes. That needs to happen with health workers. I think every health worker in this province needs to sit down and watch the documentary, and if possible, this report must
General, we were at page 62. Are you there? Let me know when you, are you there?
Yes.
You're there. And it was, we were beginning with the forwarded long media article on that page. So if you could begin there, please.
Thank you, Commissioners. On page 62, the forwarded message on the 22nd of January 2025 at 9:01 in the morning, Mr. Brown Mokhotsi is forwarding this long media article message to Mr. Matlala that is titled How Police Minister Peggy Cele and National Police Commissioner General Masimula covered up Peggy Cele's 26 million tender corruption. The media article is talking about the investigation that was conducted by ID with regard to allegations of fraudulent activities in the KZN, as well as at SAPS head office. And it was also talking to allegations of instructions to appoint some people, also attached to the, or it's also touching on the division human resource management, and it's cited as a developing story, which then tells us that it was a circulating message that was then taken from the social media platforms, and then that's what Mokhotsi was sharing with Brown.
So just to be clear, the message on page 62 and the one on page 63, you say were both forwarded?
Yes.
And that those are social media, come from social media?
Platform social media that are written by people.
And you don't know who wrote these?
No, I do not know who the author is, and it's not even reflected on the screenshots that we are going through.
General, do you perhaps know, or do you have an opinion as to why Mr. Mokhotsi and Mr. Matlala would be so interested in the PKTT and you specifically? Because there are many of these documents that are shared between them and they relate to the PKTT.
Yes.
Do you have an opinion or do you have personal knowledge?
Thank you, Commissioner. My opinion, as I've indicated before, that we noticed this trend soon after the disbandment letter on the 31st. There was this increase on stories that are written containing negative facts or negative or wrong, false allegations around the political killings task team, as well as the project leader, which is myself. And even when we analyze the activities by the same individuals, after we analyze their communication before the letter, and after the letter, one can draw the conclusion that it was an effort to give the reasons for the letter that came on the 31st, with all these negative made-up stories afterwards.
I want to ask you a follow-up question. I mean, I don't see any discussion between the two individuals about GCI ops, but I see there's various chats relating to the PKTT. Are the activities of GCI ops generally known to the public?
As I reflected on my testimony on the fact included on in my affidavit that the GCI Ops is a covert or counterintelligence project that is not visible to the public. That is why then when the information was leaked that there is a support that is brought to GCIS, to GCI Ops from the political killings. Then because political killings is a known structure then one will think that that's why then the attack was directed to the political killings task team. Hence, that makes us to conclude that it was a mistaken identity. Also, the other fact is, if we look at the screenshots of covert or classified information that was shared between the two individuals soon after the letter of disbandment, then it shows that the information leaked that it is in fact the GCI Ops that is responsible. Hence, then there was a campaign to leak everything that has to do with this covert project that was dealing with the cartel. So, but the clear campaign was in the form of misinformation was directed towards the PKTT, the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, who happens to be the project leader also of the PKTT, as well as the division itself, whatever that is happening within the division, because the leader of both will always be part of the misinformation. If something is happening within the division during that particular period, it will still make sense for it to be spinned around because whatever picture is painted for the leader, it automatically transfers to the PKTT. Whatever comes from the PKTT. So that was the triangle of the misinformation that we saw coming up thick and fast, especially between the two gentlemen that were also very vocal before even the letter of the 31st from the operation on the 6th, the 18th, the 19th, the exchange of video footages as a proof of harassment and so all that then give us the view or the opinion that the two gentlemen were part of the pre-activities, hence then the post-activities, it's with regard to this misinformation that they are sharing between them. Thank you.
Thank you, General.
Ms. Hassan, are you moving off this long text, chat?
Yes.
Okay, can I just ask my question then? General, in the last paragraph, just before developing story, there are two parts there to this. There's the first part, which is that President Cyril Ramaphosa and GNU parties have asked the ID and IPED to probe the National Commissioner and yourself. Is that fact? Was there such a request from the president and whoever the GNU parties is referred to there for such a probe?
No, from our understanding, thank you, Commissioner, from our understanding, there's never been any formal notice with regards to this investigation or probe that is reflected on this media article.
All right. And the second part, it says this comes after the Portfolio Committee on Police opens cases against Crime Intelligence Head, and that Crime Intelligence Head is you. Has the Portfolio Committee, as a committee, opened a case against you?
The only fact that can come closer to that line is the knowledge that a member of the Portfolio Committee on Police did open cases against senior officials in the division, including myself, around the same period.
Yes. So an individual member of the committee, but not the committee itself.
Yes,
That's what I'm
it's an
trying
individual
to
member
find
of
out
the
if it's
committee.
correct. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sen.
Thank you, Commissioner. So as I understand you, General, this goes to your theme of the conspiracy to disband.
That's correct,
The social media posts.
That's correct, Commissioner.
So moving on, then we get into these, there were some phone calls. Can we take it from there? Middle of the page.
Thank you, Commissioners. Then the last part of page 63 reflects the calls. All three of them are made by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokgotsi on the 22nd and 23rd. On the 22nd, it's around 15:58, and then the following day, another two calls, then around 10:16 and 10:55, of which then at 12 midday, Mr. Mokgotsi then responded with a call to Mr. Matlala, not a call, but a message saying submitted, I'm awaiting confirmation. And then the next message, still from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, reading I see, on the 23rd, still around 12:34. Then there was a message then on the 27th, now around 16:17, from Mr. Matlala, which was deleted. And then on the same day, around 16:17, a message from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, written, wrong man. And then same time after that, then a call from Mokgotsi to Matlala. And around 16:31, a message from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, which reads, don't mention. And indeed, then Mr. Matlala acknowledged at 16:31 by a message written, sure. The last call on the 27th between the two gentlemen was around 16:32, which was from Mokgotsi to Matlala. And the following day, the 28th, around 23:21 at night, there is a call from Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, followed by a message from Brown Mokgotsi reading Boso. And then on the same night, there are three calls that are made, or attempts that are made by Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, up until
Jimmy, pause you. So the three calls were made at 23:24, 23:29, and 23:30, respectively. So quite late at night.
That is correct, Commissioners. Then the following day, again at night, 2015, on the 29th, the message from Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, the meeting was positive. And then on the same day, at 2019, Mr. Matlala is sending a message to Mr. Mokgotsi, reading, "Is he willing to help you guys?" Then the response at 2023, Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, "I just wish he could help with a statement, I should speculate." Then on the same day, 2023, Mr. Mokgotsi follows up his message above with the message, "I think he needs cash."
Do we know, if I pause you there, do you know, is he willing to help you guys? Wish he could help? Do you think he needs cash? Do you know who the he is in those messages?
For now, one cannot be able to explain that until we take another 3 to 4 messages so as it can be clear to the Commission.
Please proceed.
As to why we...
Related to that, General, the meeting referred to, the meeting was positive. Were you able to establish what meeting this is referred to and with who?
From that message that says the meeting was positive, we are reading it together for analysis purposes and also based on the information that we have on our investigation as the continuation of that discussion and the question that follows. The meeting was positive, and then the question from the receiver of information is he willing to help you guys? So we are reading it as then a follow-up question on the status report of the meeting above. And then after the question, and then we are reading the next 2 messages as talking to what transpired during the positive meeting.
And you say it will become clearer as we go through the next few messages?
Yes, Commissioners. And then the next message on the same day, now it is from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokgotsi, which is after Mr. Mokgotsi has sent a message. I think he needs cash, and then Mr. Matlala then is responding, "Okay, arrange with Khan to give him cash if the information he has is worth it." And then after that, there is a call then at 2043 from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala.
So before, I think it moves on then to a different issue.
Yes.
Or maybe not. I just want to know, is this the point where you want to pause to try to explain if you know who the he is and what the meeting was about?
No,
or do you want to continue?
No, we are not yet at the part where one can link this particular conversation with the other one that we are still going to, so as then the picture can be clear. Commissioners.
General, when that link is made, will it also explain to us who Khan is, or will there be an explanation at some point as to who Khan is?
It will, that link, Commissioner, thank you. When that link is made, it will attempt to give the description of a Khan that is mentioned in the message.
Thank you.
Then moving to the next message, it's now the next day on the 30th of January at 10:56, that is still 2025, the screenshot of an email that was sent, or a communication between the Office of the Divisional Commissioner, Human Resource Management, Lieutenant General Nkhuwa, and the company Medicare 24, owned by Mr. Madlanga. Now we see Mr. Madlanga sending the screenshot of this email communication to Mr. Mokgotsi on the 30th. It talks to the complaints by the SAPS with regards to the services that are supposed to be rendered by Medicare 24 to the SAPS. Good morning, Mike. And then the Mike, according to our information or investigation, is working in the same company as an operations manager. Hence, then the email is addressed to him. Maybe just reading the first paragraph, so as then we can understand the sense of the communication. The communication is to serve as this serves to convey SAPS's concern in respect of contractual non-performance on your part regarding the subject matter as reflected above. And then it carries on then mentioning as to the points of unhappiness. This can be understood in the context of the period or in the context of events as they were unfolding from the meeting around the same contract on the 24th, which resolved to the conducting of internal audit around this contract. So this communication was talking to the same issues that were part of the internal audit investigation. That will take us to still the same email to page 67 and up to 68. Then after that, then the sender of this screenshot, Mr. Kat, is calling then Mr. Mokgotsi on the same date, firstly at 10:58 and then secondly at 11:24, with Mr. Brown Mokgotsi calling back at 12:29. Then still on the same date at 12:31, Mr. Mokgotsi is sending a screenshot of his communication with the number saved as Senzo Mchunu. The screenshot, the communication is between Brown Mokgotsi and the number saved Senzo Mchunu. It is talking to the beginning of the message, which is sent by Brown Mokgotsi to a number saved Senzo Mchunu, but it's screenshotted and sent to Mr. Kat Madlanga. It reads, "Morning, Minister."
General, just before we go into the body of the text, so this message was sent to Mr. Madlanga 30 January 12:31. And then I just wanted you to, before you go into the body of text, there's a date above the text, before it says Morning Minister. Is that the date
The date
on which Mr. Mokgotsi communicated with the person he calls minister?
That is correct, Commissioners. The date that is within the screenshot is the date the message in the screenshot was sent by Mr. Mokgotsi to the minister, which is Sunday, the 26th of January. But the screenshot is sent on the 30th, so around 4 days after the communication.
Thank you. You can now go to the body of the text.
And the message reads, "Morning, Minister, I'm in Durban and can confirm that they got nothing. They got nothing on Phoenix Saga, and our contact says they could not even go to any bank. By the way, the girl is also here." Then it continues.
Do you know what the Phoenix Saga was?
No, that's negative, Commissioner. We do not know.
And do you know anything about the girl, the person described simply as the girl?
No, we know nothing, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And then the next paragraph it reads, "Tomorrow we are signing the practice notes on the Northwest PEC matter for the SCA in Pretoria with the Senior Counsel. The matter will be a month from tomorrow." That is the second paragraph on this communication.
Do you know what matter that is?
No, also we do not know what the matter around the signing of practice of practice notes. We do not know. And then the next part then talks to the briefings. The first briefing, number 1, it talks to the business women who would like to assist our program, also participated in the BRICS cybersecurity, is available to meet with the minister. Apparently you did meet before. Same applies to that number 1 under briefing. We do not have an idea or the whole information beyond that, what is written there. Then number 2, the guy of the funding 20 is also in Johannesburg from Tuesday. He is the one I said has 3 billion contract with SAPS. Again, on number 2, although it can talk to some of the charts that we have been going through, but its accuracy is not 100% if it's referring to Mr. Matlala or any other person. Then the next point under briefings, number 3, or it's just the last paragraph, it says, also meeting with the DNC and COS today in Durban for finalization of Khumalo and Mkhwanazi matters. Then the next message, or maybe let me pause there, Chair, and say, according to our analysis of that, it talks to the General Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi in terms of the communication charts that we have been seeing between especially the two, Matlala as well as Mokgotsi. Then the next message that is forwarded, still sent by Mr. Mokgotsi to the minister, and then a screenshot to Mr. Matlala. DNC is waiting for the COS here. This is very significant. Our interpretation is the DNC is the short weight of Deputy National Commissioner in the SAPS, and the chief and COS is a short weight of Chief of Staff. And then
the two generals referred to there, would that be you and the provincial commissioner, or would it be different people?
That is correct. If we look at the events starting from the 31st, the signing of the letter, as well as the misinformation. The misinformation will always have those two names or one of those names. We can even refer to the Constitutional Court case where the talk is, according to our understanding, it's talking to the Khumalo, myself. Hence, then we say we can deduct that the Khumalo and Kwanazi referred to are myself and the Provincial Commissioner of KZN.
And the matters of these generals referred to, do you know what those matters are?
We cannot exactly point out, Commissioner, as to which matters there were. During that period, there were a lot of matters that will be discussed within that space.
Would matters possibly even mean issues, not...
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And then at the end of those messages, then the response interpreted as from the number saved, Senzo Mkunu, response is don't unnecessarily. So that will be the end then of that screenshot that was shared by Mr. Mokhotsi to Mr. Matlala. Then on the same page 70, we are now moving on with the communication starting at 2037, still on the 30th of January, with Brown Mokhotsi indicating to Mr. Matlala that they just left the Lekgotla and we are not aware or sure as to who is he referring to by saying they. The response at 2039 on the same date, Mr. Matlala is asking...
But the word Lekgotla, what is it ordinarily used in relation to?
If my common knowledge serves me well, we normally see the word associated with government meetings that are sometimes referred to as the Lekgotla.
Is it not usually used in relation to cabinet?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Did you perhaps try to find out whether there was a Lekgotla, a cabinet Lekgotla in that period?
No, not yet.
In your analysis?
Okay. We have not yet followed that part of investigation. Then, moving on the same date at 2039, Mr. Matlala is sending a message to Mr. Brown asking, so what's the plan? Should I make my way there or what? With the response from Mr. Mokhotsi, I'm waiting confirmation, and thereafter the next communication is on the 31st of January at 10:07 in the form of calls, and another call at 10:42, another call at 11:04 on the same date. All those calls were made by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokhotsi. Then on the same day, around 11:05, there is a message that is sent by Brown Mokhotsi to Mr. Matlala, reading Chief of Staff. And then the next message then from Mr. Matlala to Brown Mokgotsi on the same day. It reads, please arrange meeting as soon as possible. I think they are escalating the matter to him of non-performance. Or rather, let me meet you and you will explain it to the minister. The interpretation of the message together with the email that was then forwarded, or that was from the division, human resource management of SAPS, that was talking about the non-performance of Mr. Matlala's company, then we are using it as a reason for this message that Mr. Matlala is sending to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi, thinking that they escalate this matter to him, thinking that they, the human resource management or the SAPS, they escalating this matter to him, this matter of non-performance, or rather, let me meet you and you'll explain it to the minister. So the interpretation is the escalation of this matter to the minister. Then the next screenshot is sent by Mr. Brown to the Chief of Staff on the 31st at 12:34 to a number saved as Senzo Chief. Hence, then we are concluding that is the Chief of Staff in the office of the ministry because of how the number is saved, Senzo Chief. Then the screenshot, it is for the screenshot of the same letter, parts of the letter that was sent then by the Division Human Resource Management to Mr. Ket Matlala. This screenshot is now forwarded by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, which is then followed by...
So just to pause there, General, just to be clear, this is the same letter, this letter that it seems Mr. Mokgotsi is sending to this person, is the same letter that's on page 66 of the chats.
That is correct, Commissioners.
You can see that it's the same, but it's part, yeah.
But the difference is, it is now the screenshot which shows that this letter was somehow received by the Senzo Chief was once received by a Senzo Chief. Now, the same letter now is a screenshot that is sent by Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala. Then on the next page, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi is sending his screenshot of his chat with the Chief of Staff as a proof of escalating the matter to the minister, as it reads, "This matter may be escalated to you because of non-performance. Our guy needs your intervention. January 8 guy, who is about to take over our program. This non-performance is as a result of non-payment or late payment." Then the next message reads, "I am sending him your numbers that you meet, please." So the screenshot is sent to Mr. Matlala by Brown Mokgotsi as proof of the matter being escalated to the Chief of Staff
So your interpretation of our guy in that message is Mr. Matlala?
That is correct, Commissioners, because he's the only guy or a person who is part of this non-performance and reviewing or reviewal of the contract.
And then he says, I'm sending him your numbers that you meet him. And then it's followed with...
Just before you move on to what follows, do you have any idea, General, as to what our program is? The sentence that says, January 8 guy who is about to take over our program. What program is that? And what does taking it over mean?
Yeah, looking at the previous charts and the involvement of Mr. Matlala, the January 8 guy might be referring to him, who is about to take over our program. That can relate to any program within maybe even the political space of the ministry. That can also be, if I may add, because we saw on the previous charts where there were discussions around the payments for the membership in regions. So hence then one can associate the program as with a political program of some sort.
So in the then the next thing within the screenshot is I'm sending him your numbers that you meet him, please.
Yes. Then I'm going to explain that further after going through the next two messages. Then the first one, still on the 31st of January at 12:35, then Mr. Brown Mokgotsi is sending the number of the Chief of Staff as we know it, 08260490.
You don't need to read out the number, but it's at the bottom, that first message, the one that says begin V card.
Yes.
There's a number at the bottom of the message, of the contact that's being sent.
Yes.
The cell number. And you confirm that that cell number
Yes.
belongs to the Chief of Staff.
Yes, Commissioners. Then we are linking that message that is sending the number with the message on the screenshot above that talks to I'm sending him your numbers.
Yes.
Then the next is a message again from Brown Mokgotsi sending it to Mr. Ket Matlala, but it is addressed to the Chief of Staff. The message reads, hello, Chief of Staff. Got your number from Mr. Brown, requesting a meeting, please. I will try my best, Commissioners, to interpret these so confusing charts. We read it together with the screenshot that was talking to, I'm sending him your numbers that you meet him, please. And thereafter, it's the number that is sent by Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala. Then next is a draft message drafted by Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala to send it to the Chief of Staff, addressed to the Chief of Staff. That is the interpretation of that whole, looks like confusing charts on page 72. And then after that, then Mr. Mokgotsi is sending a message now, please talk to him. The him then is interpreted as the Chief of Staff. Then the next page, 73. Still on the 31st at 12:39, a call from Mr. Mukhosi and another call from Mr. Mukhosi at 13:40. And then Mr. Matlala is returning those calls then on the same date at 13:40. We then move to another breaking story, which is a screenshot of a story or a screenshot that is now forwarded, sent by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mukhosi. The screenshot, it's about the breaking news. Police witnesses changed their statements. The story is about the case that was on during that time within the SAPS, more specifically the Division Crime Intelligence, where the story was alleging that the witnesses in that departmental case against Major General Firoz Khan of Crime Intelligence deliberately changed their affidavit in exchange for promotion. So the story is alleging that the chairperson of that departmental case, which was the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal, Lieutenant General Nkwanase, has approached the witnesses to change their statements to ensure that the findings during that hearing will be against Major General Khan. And then it goes on then to say Nkwanase was appointed by...
General, before you go on, when was the hearing? Do you know when that hearing took place?
The hearing, I do not have the exact date, but it was around the same period or week the message was sent, around the beginning of February. So that was then another news or misinformation that was circulating then on both the print and social media.
So, and was this the hearing that General Nkwanase testified to in the commission?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And the outcome of the hearing was contrary to what he said in this
Yes,
paragraph.
The outcome of the hearing was contrary to what the story is pointing towards.
Because
it was...
Just if you remind the commissioners what the outcome was.
The outcome was Major General Khan was cleared of any wrongdoing, which is contrary to what the story is projecting. Then the response by Brown Mukhosi after receiving this screenshot from Matlala is disappointed.
Sorry, General. Your name is also mentioned in this this post or this article, and it refers to first that the provincial commissioner was appointed by you to chair that departmental hearing. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
It also talks about you and General Nkwanase conspiring against high-ranking police officials. You see that paragraph, the third from the bottom. Do you want to comment on that?
Third paragraph from bottom.
Yes. Of page 73.
On page 73. Nkwanase and Khumalo, who are long-time friends from KZN, and they meet regularly, monthly, where the two conspire against high-ranking police officials to have them removed with false cases from their positions, which allow them to appoint their own puppets to the set positions. That is the paragraph that talks to what I explained, that the misinformation was preempting the case, the departmental case, that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was going to be the chair appointed by myself. So that paragraph is summing up the unfounded allegations that the appointer and the appointee, definitely they are going to make sure that the affected employee then will be dealt with the other way round. Whereas then, that's when I said then the outcome then came opposite to what the misinformation note was preempting. But also, if I can touch on the other paragraph on page 74,
Yes.
just to show the continuation of this misinformation that started from the 31st of December, that in any misinformation, there should either be a General Khumalo, a General Mkhwanazi, and a political task team, even if it's irrelevant. Because if you are writing a story, the headline talks to a witness change statements for a promotion. It talks to the witness of a disciplinary case. But then towards the end, there is irrelevant. I will say irrelevant because of the heading. Now, because in this story, there must be something that talks to the political killings task team together with the two generals.
And you're referring specifically to the paragraph
The
saying...
second paragraph. Maybe let me start
the
reading.
one, a police brigadier in the finance department, is that it?
Yeah, maybe let me start reading from the first paragraph. The witness also revealed how Mkhwanazi, the chairperson of the departmental case, will not allow Khan to have any representative present during the departmental trial and will be dismissed, which is totally contrary to the police regulations. And then a police brigadier in finance department at the police headquarters in KZN, who asked not to be named, explained how Mkhwanazi had quietly funded Khumalo's political task team with KZN funds. That is just an example as to how misinformation and fake news will be created as if they make sense, because it is known, and it has been known since the establishment of the task team, that it's funded from national level. Now, if we may recall, this is happening after the disbandment letter. Now, anything that will be negative around the project leader and the provincial commissioner, then who is where the project is, then will have to be painted with all information, negative information that will support the decision to disband. One can interpret all this information around these names, as well as the political killing task team, as an effort of wanting to provide the reasons afterwards of the decision to disband. And then the response
You can go to the response,
the
yes.
response by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi after receiving this message is as read, that he is disappointed. And then on the same day, on the 2nd of February, Mr. Mokgotsi is writing a message to Mr. Madlanga, saying, just have to leave everything, have without A. On the same date, then there are 2 calls that are made by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Brown Mukhosi at 12:27 and 12:28. And then Mr. Brown responding after those missed calls with a message, small session with lawyers to Mr. And then to Mr. Matlala. Then Mr. Matlala, after receiving that message on the same date at 12:28, is sending a message to Mr. Mukhosi, written or read, "This is in your favor. Actually, it disrupts their plan against Khan." Now, that message can be maybe clearly understood if read together with the fake news or the misinformation story that I was explaining with the sender of that story, indicating that this is in your favor. Actually, it disrupts their plan against Khan. Then the response from Mr. Brown Mukhosi to Kat Matlala says, "Maybe, but that is not my plan." And then Mr. Matlala responds, "I thought you the one who published the story." Interpreted that message as if it's talking to the misinformation on the story that was forwarded or sent to him. Then that is followed by a call from Mr. Brown Mukhosi and another call from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Brown Mukhosi. Then on the 7th, after that, or in the morning it's that call, then in the afternoon, Mr. Brown Mukhosi is sending another breaking news. Now it's Mukhosi now sending breaking news to Matlala, whereas the previous one, it was vice versa. This breaking news talks to the NPA ID Guns for National Police Rock Unit. The heading talking to the NPA Investigative Directorate ID, raiding National Police Commissioner Fani Masimula and National Crime Intelligence Head, Lieutenant General Khumalo, offices after serving them with notices of arrest. This comes after an investigation lodged by Parliament Police Portfolio Committee. The heading itself, Chairperson, shows towards the misinformation, looking at the mixture of processes and the understanding itself that there are lots of, starting with the breaking news, NPA ID Guns for National Police Rock Unit. This is how the PKTT was known after the disbandment letter. Now the first heading under breaking news is talking to the Rock Unit, which is PKTT. But then the heading itself, it's totally different. It's talking to the ID raiding the office of the National Commissioner, offices of the National Commissioner and my office after we were served with notices of arrest. And it's on record, even public record, that I was never served with the notice of arrest, but I was arrested without being served with the notice that the breaking news story is referring to.
But your arrest was 4 months later?
4 months later.
And it was not because of a complaint by the Portfolio Committee? Because the heading says following a complaint lodged by the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you, Commissioner. It is for that reason that I give the response that the arrest 4 months later might be related to the story that is made in in February, because the complainant on the case is the member of the portfolio committee, but not the portfolio committee on police, but the member. Then it was a developing story. There is a paragraph that I want to refer the Commission on, which is in line with the, not the narrative, the picture that one has been painting of the happenings after the 31st of December. The last paragraph on page 76, it reads, an investigator states, the National Commissioner was very nervous and appeared to be shaking when then, of course, his office was raided, which did not happen. He then blamed the collapse of crime intelligence at the hands of Lieutenant General Khumalo and KZN Provincial Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. It's another example as to how the misinformation will go, how far the misinformation will go in trying to put issues or names that are not supposed even to be together in that story. If you read the fake news from the beginning, it talks about the Khumalo and the National Commissioner served with notices of arrest, and the name of J.M. Mkhwanazi is nowhere from the beginning. But then at the end, it is then included so as then the mission can continue, the mission then of misinforming the public. Then after that misinformation that was shared by Brown Mokgotsi, maybe then commissioners, if I may add, the interpretation of that misinformation to illustrate as to how during this period from December 31st, how a fact can be changed to suit the misinformation that needs to be pushed. The correct information is, it was during the same period when the National Commissioner was served with Section 205 for submission of some official documents to the ID or IDEC for their investigation. So it was during that week or those days when the National Commissioner was submitting those documents that were requested by IDEC. But it is not talking to the raiding of offices and arrests. Then after that, we see the call from Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matala on the same day, the 7th of February, 1736, followed by, after that call, it's followed by a message from Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, trying to correct the misinformation that he has shared already, saying it's notice of investigation instead of notice of arrest. And then next, it's J175, which is the notice to appear at court. It's following. And then Mr. Matlala is asking, as he's always confused when it comes to these, the terminology around criminal justice system. What is J175? There was a time when he was asking us, what is it that you are sending me? Even now, after receiving this lecture, on these 2 points, he is asking, what is J175? And then the lecturer, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi, is responding at 1741 that J175 is a notice to appear before court. Then still on the same day at 1742, Brown Muhosi is now sending the full lecture on Mr. Madlanga around this J175 and procedures, talking to all different types of summons. Then on the 19th of February, which is a couple of days after the lecture, then Mr. Brown Muhosi is sending a message to Mr. Madlanga, which reads, "My brother, I have a small problem, in brackets, regional meeting, which I have to cater, in brackets, 12K, tonight in the Eastern Cape. And I am aware that I have not been instrumental so far. I'm also worried that my guy and Khan recorded your man, in brackets, Maluleke, without our knowledge. Beside things are going well against Khan. May you please assist. We are now at the last stage to be stable." That's a long message sent then on the 19th by Mr. Brown Muhosi, touching on almost everything that they've discussed before.
But, so if we could just pause on that for a moment. The first part of the message is asking for money for a regional meeting in the Eastern Cape.
In the Eastern Cape now.
Asking for money. And then the second is saying, the second aspect of the message is saying, I'm aware I've not been instrumental. I'm worried that my guy and Khan. So can you just explain that part? Who's my guy? And do you know what they're talking about?
Commissioners, we cannot confirm currently as to who is referred to as my guy, but then the Khan will take it that it's the Khan that has been appearing on the previous charts as Major General Khan, who was busy these days with his disciplinary hearing.
And who's your man? Do you know anything more about that?
No, Commissioners, we do not know.
And do you know how we to understand the sentence, besides things are going well against Khan?
Looking at the period when this message was sent, as I've indicated, Commissioners, this was during the time when the departmental case against Major General Khan was ongoing. So one can then associate that sentence with the disciplinary hearing if it says things are going well against Khan.
Does it mean that when it means things are going well, is it going in someone's favor? That's what it means. It's going in one person's favor.
That is correct,
One faction.
Commissioners. It may be interpreted as if things are going well, it means are going in favor of Khan, which will be contrary to the misinformation, long misinformation that was concluding that things are not going to go well.
Okay, you continue.
So before you continue, General, what have you understood where Mr. Muhosi says, I'm aware that I have not been instrumental so far? And what are you saying we should make of it, if anything?
In my opinion, Commissioner, looking at the period and the events around Mr. Matlala, the events around Mr. Matlala started on the 6th of December 2024 during his first encounter with the political killing task team and the GCI ops on the 6th. And then it is from that day when the issue of the tender that ended up being investigated, that it came to the fore from the 6th of December. And also there were lots of other happenings. We're coming from the IPID story when the two gentlemen were trying to manage one of those happenings, one of those issues, the attempted case application at the High Court for that was also then withdrawn at the last moment, and then with a lot that happened in terms of the charts and happenings that led to the letter of disbandment on the 31st. So one can deduct that the only issue that was still not finalized, although even the first one, it was finalized because the letter disbanding the task team was issued, so -1. Then the issue that was still ongoing.
Although, of course, the target was wrong.
That's correct, Commissioner. Then the other issue that Mr. Matlala will expect Mr. Mkhosi to be instrumental will be then the halting of the process that was unfolding by then of cancellation of the tender. It was during that time when the internal audit investigation was ongoing.
And I'm saying the target was wrong in accordance with your thesis. I'm not stating that as a fact, General.
Noted, Commissioner.
Thank you. General, then there was a call from Mr. Mokgotsi, and can we take it from there?
Thank you, Commissioners. Then on the same day, the 19th of February, at 18:13, there is a call from Mokgotsi as well as that was the last call and communication then during February. Up until then, the 4th of March at 8:02, where Mr. Matlala is making a call to Mr. Mokgotsi, which is followed by a WhatsApp message at 8:20. The message sent by Mr. Matlala to...
This, just to be clear, this is a message that was forwarded by Mr. Matlala.
Mr. Matlala is forwarding the message that he received, but he is forwarding it to Mr. Mokgotsi. The message reads thus: "Good morning, Minister. I just received a call from our guy, who is a service provider for our health risk management project. He has got very serious concerns. Apparently, you gave a directive to scrutinize his contract, and while they at it, they must stall as much as they can to release purchase orders until you guys come up with something that can warrant termination of services." This is the message as forwarded from Mr. Matlala's phone is forwarded to Mr. Matlala, and he is forwarding it to further to Mr. Mukhozi. The message talks to someone who addressed the message to the minister, indicating or discussing the issue according to our interpretation of the message. When it talks to our guy who's service provider for our health risk management, that is Mr. Matlala himself, the one who's having a contract with the South African Police Service. The contract is on health and risk management. And then it's talking to what this person is concerned about, that it is the minister who gave a directive for the contract to be scrutinized. And while it is being scrutinized, and then the further directive was that they must stall, which is SAPS. SAPS must stall as much as they can to release any purchase orders, or in other words, to process any invoices until then the internal audit investigation, or until, according to the message, there are reasons from the report to terminate the contract.
General, you say from the metadata you can see that this was forwarded to,
that is correct.
To Mr. Matlala.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And Commissioners, it becomes clearer as we go to other chats where it comes from.
Then moving on to page 78, on the 7th of March, which is few days after Matlala forwarded that message to Brown Mukhozi without any response. And then on the 7th, Matlala is making a call to Mr. Brown Mukhozi at 1808. And then only on the 12th of March, Mr. Mukhozi is trying to send a message, or sent a message that was later deleted. And then the next message on the same day, more or less the same time, Brown Mukhozi is sending a message which reads, "Hope you saw this." And then Mr. Matlala is responding with a phone call after that message. And then Mr. Mukhozi, on the same day, then after that call, is sending a message to Mr. Matlala, which reads, "My brother, you lost hope on me, right? I need to bring witnesses to one place. Would you assist me?" Then that message sent by Brown Mukhozi to Matlala at 14:57 on the 12th. And then Mukhozi is following it up with a call at 15:06 on the same date, and another call at 15:28. Then a call now from...
Sorry, General, just before you move off that message, do you have any knowledge of who the witnesses are or what he's referring to there?
No, I do not have any knowledge, Commissioners.
Continue.
Then the last activity on page 78, it's the call by Mr. Matlala at 15:29 to Mr. Mukhozi. And then on the same day, around 15:43, Mr. Mokhozi sent a message to Mr. Dlamini, a very short message which reads, "I need 10K. Then on the same day around 16:03, Mr. Matlala is responding to the message sent, a short message sent by Mr. Mokhozi with a very long message which reads, this relationship should not be one-sided, brother. I asked you several favors which are not even money related, but none of them have been attended to. The last one, it's even worse because it's even orchestrated from your camp and nothing has been done about it. I have played my part and was even willing to stretch my arm even further, but I see none of my efforts are considered." A long response by Mr. Matlala after a short message by Mr. Mokhozi of needing just 10K, then the response is so long. Then another short response from that long message from Mr. Mokhozi in one word, "true," might be interpreted as the whole story that you narrated is true. Then...
sorry, General, before we move off the message, the long message, I've asked you several favors which are not even money related, but none of them have been attended to. The last one, it's even worse because it's even orchestrated from your camp. Do you have any idea what that is? Is the last one referring to the tender issues? Do you have any knowledge of this?
According to my view and following the communication chats between the two gentlemen, talks to the one remaining issue that if you read this message together with the previous one, that was talking about the minister being the one who instigated that the Medicare 24 contract be investigated in a meeting. And then coming fast forward to this, where Mr. Matlala is showing some signs of losing hope that Mr. Mokhozi will assist. There's been lots of attempts with the messages, even the roping in of the Chief of Staff to also escalate the matter. So according to my view, this message is talking to all those failed attempts to halt the investigation and the possible cancellation of the contract.
So then Mr. Mokhozi says true. And then there's silence for a few days until the 17th of March. You can take it from there.
Yes, after the true short response on the 12th, then there is silence up until the 17th of March with Mr. Matlala initiating communication with a phone call at 21:51, followed by another call on the same date at 21:55. And then at 17:04 on the following day, then the message from Mr. Mokhozi to Mr. Matlala, reading as follows: "I'm here to clarify that story." And then the response in a question format by Mr. Matlala, "What story?" And then the short response on the same question by Mr. Mokhozi, "Mkhwanazi," at 17:09. And then at 17:10, Mr. Mr. Matlala is responding, I thought you said it was sorted already. And then Mr. Mokgotsi responds, yeah, but now it's becoming official. Then the next message on the same day was serious, my boss, but spelled as C-R-U-S. And on the same day, 17/11, the message again from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, which reads, give me wings. And then on the same day, more or less the same time, Mr. Brown is sending a message to Mr. Dlamini again, since 17/11. Mr. Mokgotsi has been sending messages without any response up until that fourth message that says, after give me wings, the next message is, Khan is more helpful. Then also before any response, the next message, which is the fifth message from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Kat Matlala, it says, is hard. And then the response is coming then after all those 5 messages from Mr. Matlala. It says, okay, hope for the best. And then Mr. Mokgotsi is responding then after that with a ha ha ha. After that, it's okay.
Okay.
That, which is spelled O-H-K. That is page 80.
So, General, before you move on, so who is the Mkhwanazi here being referred to?
The communication as well as the messages exchanged between the two gentlemen will then point to the same names that are always part of their discussions or even part of the misinformation since the 31st of December. Mkhwanazi, according to my opinion, will be referring to Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, Provincial Commissioner KZN.
So earlier on in the chats, when we were talking at page 65 of the chats, the exchange that said the meeting was positive, is he willing to help you guys? I wish you could help with a statement. I think he needs cash, etc. You said, when I asked, do you know what this relates to and who the he is, etc., you said it would become clearer. Is it at this point that things become clearer, or are we going to get there a bit later on in the chat?
Commissioners, if we can continue and then one will give then the response on that towards the end of this chat analysis that will talk to that specific part.
So you can proceed.
Then moving on to page 81. On the 22nd of March at 12:16, the last communication was on the 18th. Then on the 22nd, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala, my boss, pulling something this side. I am stuck, with an emoji. I'm not sure whether it's laughing or crying, between the two. Then the response from Mr. Matlala reads, pulling what? And then the answer from that question from Brown Mokgotsi, some dirty work. And then the response from that it's in the form of another question. Dirty work where? And then the response again from that question is northwest from Brown Mukoti, and then followed by further illustration of that answer by same Brown Mukhosi, more or less the same time after the Northwest response. We are appointing a provincial commissioner this Tuesday. Maybe one can elaborate there on that. That was during the week or the weeks where the post of the provincial commissioner of Northwest was advertised, and then the process of appointing was indeed taking place. Then we move to the last part.
Just to be clear, is the provincial commissioner of SAPS.
Provincial commissioner of the SAPS. Then on the 23rd, or same day, or no, on the following day.
If I may just interrupt, that we are appointing a provincial commissioner this Tuesday in Northwest, was that in fact what happened? Was there an appointment of a provincial commissioner
on the
in that period?
Thank you, Commissioner. As I've indicated, one cannot be specific in terms of the day, but it was during the period when the post has been advertised, and then there will be processes. Post will be advertised, and then it will be processes up until the appointment. So the communication is during that timeline when the post is advertised.
Is it fair to say Mr. Mukhosi could have been referring to the province when he says we? He may not have been referring to him specifically. So it says there, we are appointing a provincial commissioner this Tuesday. That we could refer to the Northwest province. It's possible.
It still might be possible, Commissioner, because of the use of we, but SAPS is a national department, and the post of a provincial commissioner advertised by SAPS, the whole process takes place at national, not at a province. According to the current policies, there will be engagement with the premier of the particular province towards then the finalization of the appointment process.
Thank you.
I mean, maybe for your comment, it seems to me, and tell me if you think I'm stretching it, if you start reading from he's pulling something, and then he says some dirty work, and then he's asked dirty work where? He says Northwest, we are pointing. So he seems to suggest he was involved in some capacity towards the appointment of the provincial commissioner through the dirty work that he says he's pulling. Is that a fair summation of these emails or WhatsApp exchanges?
Thank you, Commissioner. Indeed, if you read the exchange of the question and answers, you may not be wrong if you read it as it means that in totality, because now the pulling something this side to what? Some dirty work, where in Northwest we are appointing the provincial commissioner. If that can be read in one sentence or one paragraph, it is possible that it means what the commissioner was citing. Then moving on the same page, the last communication on page 81, still on the following day in the morning, 8:58, Mr. Dlamini is sending a News 24 story with his photo and the story is about, maybe if I read the first part, the National Commissioner, okay, I'm reading the first part. The National Commissioner, I'm not reading the titles underneath the photo. I'm reading the first part of the News 24 story that Mr. Matlala is sending to Mr. Brown Mukhosi. The National Commissioner Fanny Masimula has been ordered to terminate the controversial multi-billion rand contract to provide health.
Million. Not billion.
The multi-million rand contract to provide health risk management services and institute a forensic investigation against the supplier. On the next page, continuation of that News 24 story. This follows after an investigation into awarding of this multi-million rand contract to a company owned by a Tembisa Hospital tenderpreneur. Vusi Matlala uncovered several irregularities. In June 2024, Medicare Tshwane district, of which Matlala is the only listed director, was awarded this 360 million three-year contract to provide these services.
The General, I don't think we need to read
Then,
the whole article,
Then-
but what's clear is that there are screenshots of the article that are sent over the next several pages, and which takes us, the last bit of the article is on page 89.
Maybe if I can start with the part that will be relevant for our understanding on page 85.
Yes.
The probe into the tender followed a request by the police minister, Senzo Mchunu, after news of contract being awarded to the controversial business person emerged. I'm reading that part on record because it talks to one of the charts that Mr. Matlala had shared with Mr. Mukhosi, suspecting or indicating that this investigation and cancellation of the tender is coming from the side of Mr. Mukhosi. Then moving on to page 89, the first message, still on the 23rd of March at 9. Mr. Matlala, who sent this News 24 scoop or story is following it up now with a WhatsApp message which reads, "This was done under the minister's instructions, but it's okay. I'll see where to go from here, but I am not taking this lightly." That is the message then that made me to want to read that paragraph on that News 24 story, so as then we are able to understand this chart now by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mukhosi after sending the news article. Then after a few days, on the 26th of March, there is a call from Mr. Mukhosi to Mr. Matlala at 1938, and then from there, that was March 26. The next communication by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mukhosi is almost a month or more, or close to 2 months after, with a greeting message at 10:38. Good morning, how are you?
On the 8th of May.
On the 8th of May. And then the response, few minutes after receiving that message, Mr. Brown Mokhotsi responds, "Sure, my boss." And then Mr. Matlala responds at 10:54 by the message to Mr. Mokhotsi, "I wanted to ask you something." And then on the same day at 10:56, Mr. Matlala is sending a message then to Mr. Mokhotsi, "I hear that you told Mr. S that I told you that I gave him some animals to keep at his plot. So I wanted to hear from you if there is any truth in this." And then after a week or so, then on the 14th of May at 6:53 in the morning, again, Mr. Matlala is sending a message without receiving the response yet on the message of the 8th. Now it's on the 14th morning, just to let you know that my contract was cancelled yesterday, and I see you have been ignoring me and promising me things that never happened. Luckily, took screenshots of every conversation just in case something like this might happen. I'm taking all this to the media and some to court on Friday when I do the interdict. That will take us to page 90. After that message, there is then an attachment as attached as annexure BM7 that Mr. Matlala is sending to Mr. Mokhotsi.
And that annexure, Commissioners, is at page 161 of 161. BM7, 161.
Is a person's hands.
The letter of demand. The letter of demand.
Is there more than 161?
No, go.
You're too far. Yeah.
There's another 161. I think they're divided under WB1 and WB2. So before you get to WB2, the tab.
Found it. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is BM7, which is called Draft Letter to SAPS National, dated 13 May 2025. Do you have the letter there in front of you, General? No, it's just before the tab that says WB2. Yeah, just before that. Page 161. That's right.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. The letter attached as BM7, it is a letter with the head directed to the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service with the heading Termination of Contract following the award of bid number 19/1/9/1/94 in brackets 23, the appointment of a service provider to render health risk management to the South African Police Service for the period of 3 years.
Okay, so this is a draft letter prepared by the attorneys for Mr. Madlanga.
How do you know it's a draft, Ms. Hassan?
Because it says so at page 90 of the chat, Commissioner Khumalo.
The reason I'm asking is because it's signed, so I'm wondering. If you go to 163, bottom of the page.
Yes, I see that. I see that. So firstly, it says draft letter in the attachment. So that's the first thing. And then I think also becomes clearer when we go to other chats, because this letter is circulated a couple of times by others as well. But it's correct that it is a signed letter.
I'm concerned that parties to the chat may not understand the difference between a draft and, but yeah, let's leave it there.
Well, it's definitely a letter that is signed, but Mr. Madlanga refers to it as a draft letter. I don't think we need to go into the letter. It's clear what it is. It's a response to the cancellation. General, if we can take it then from the next message.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. Then the next message on the same day, on the 14th of May at 7:07, Mr. Mkhozi is responding to the message or notice of cancellation of the tender that Mr. Madlanga shared it with him. Now he's responding, especially also after he has seen the draft letter as another proof that it has been cancelled. Then he's asking, cancelled, and then followed by another message after a minute where Mr. Mkhozi is saying to Mr. Madlanga, this is the right time to know the truth, because you are now going to cite the minister, right? You will see his affidavit. Then the next message again after 2 minutes from Mkhozi to Madlanga, it reads, this is the time every must show his side. If the minister or officials are involved. That is the message at 7:11, the morning of the 14th. And then the same day, 7:15, Madlanga is responding to the 2 messages from Mkhozi. His response is as follows. But you know he's involved. I told you from day one, I'm not waiting for any lies anymore. By Friday, if they don't withdraw, I'll also hit back, and I'll hit very strong. Then the response from Mr. Mkhozi from that not so nice message, it's very short, I don't think so. Then on the same day at 7:23 in the morning on the 14th, okay, was just letting you know, don't be surprised when you see it in court papers and the media. I'm not going to be taken for a ride. Then moving on to the next page, which is the last page of this set of communication chats between Mr. Mkhozi and Mr. Madlanga. On the same day, the 14th, Mr. Mkhozi is responding to the previous message. He says, I am going to raise it with him too. And then the response.
Do you know who the him is?
Yeah, following the latest charts where there is a discussion around the cancellation of the tender, Mr. Matlala suggesting that it is the minister who instructed the cancellation, then I will say the him might refer to the Minister of Police. And then after that message at 7:38 on the 14th, which is saying I'm going to raise it with him, and then Mr. Matlala is responding with a finger, a hand and a finger, responding that he understands the response.
So it's an emoji and it's a thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Oh, okay, that's a correct word, Commissioners. Thumbs up. Emoji. I did not finish my lecture.
It's not the other emoji with the finger.
The lunchtime lecture was not enough for me to be taken through the emoji class. Then, still on the same day, at 8:30, Mr. Mokgotsi is writing a message to Mr. Matlala, which reads, "We can't lose a contract, whereas so many people are looking for tenders." That was the last message that was sent by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala. The last message talks to the last topic of discussion, which is the contract that was cancelled by SAPS around those days or a day before. The last communication is on the 14th. The contract was cancelled on the 13th, and then Mr. Matlala was arrested by GCI Ops on the 15th.
On the 14th.
On the 14th. That's why the charts are ending on that date.
Thank you. Now, General, there were some strands and conclusions that you wanted to bring together. One of them relates to the page 66 exchange, not page 65, 66, and there were, you said you would come to it later. Do you want to deal with that now?
Yes, I can, Commissioner.
You can take your conclusions in whichever order you'd like, but perhaps we can start with the one that you said you'd park until the end, which is the relating to the meeting, which was positive, etc.
Thank you, Commissioners. The charts around those days and times between Vusi Matlala and Brown Mokgotsi suggests that Mr. Matlala seemed to have a special relationship with General Khan in reference to the charts that we have seen between Mr. Matlala and Brown Mokgotsi, especially in discussing with Brown Mokgotsi around some guy who they needed a statement from. And Mr. Brown Mokgotsi suggesting that the guy needs cash in order to cooperate. In the conversation, Mr. Matlala suggests that Mr. Brown Mokgotsi should talk to Khan to give the person cash. In the message that read, okay, arrange with Khan to give him cash if the information he has is worth it. That is the discussion that was happening during the times of the disciplinary hearing case that was ongoing or taking place. Furthermore, Brown Mokgotsi on the discussion around Mkhwanazi and that the matter was now official, Khan is more helpful. That was another time during that time of the case, and the chart that talks to it will. Firstly, what was captured as a discussion was the case will go against Major General Khan, but then towards the end of that part of the discussion, and then after the meetings, after the whole discussion, and then that picture changes. It talks to now things going very well on the case against Khan. We are having that conclusion because it was during that time exactly when the disciplinary case was on. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. I'm aware. Do you have a question, Commissioner?
Yeah. General, you described the relationship, what you say that appears to be a special relationship between General Khan and Mr. Madlanga. Now, for us sitting here, the name Khan appears suddenly in these chats without any background to it. And even later on, I mean, I see it for the first time at page 66, unless I've forgotten an earlier page, and then later on in one or two chats. In your analysis of this and your further investigation, have you come upon anything that you will be speaking to us later and I know you're going to bring an application in camera. I just want to, when we leave this room after this mentioning of Khan, that there's a sense whether we're still going to hear more or this is it, without disclosing anything that you think would be inappropriate to disclose at this point.
Thank you, Commissioners. I can confirm that there is other evidence that is intended to be tabled in camera that will then that will then make the picture that we have since painted on this special relationship to be more clearer.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Just before you go, on page 89, General. The penultimate chart on that page. This is a WhatsApp from Mr. Madlanga. I hear that you told Mr. S that I told you that I gave him some animals to keep at his plot. Do you know who's the Mr. S referred to in that chat?
No, not yet, Commissioner.
The not yet is a bit confusing. Does it mean that you will know at some later stage? What does not yet mean?
Thank you, Commissioner. The analysis and investigation is an ongoing process. Hence, then on my proposed application, I indicated that if it happens that the investigation is at a particular stage and the evidence that will be included in camera might then be brought back in the public platform.
And do you know anything about the animals referred to?
The animal referred to as impala, according to my view and my understanding, it's an animal that is normally procured for very high profile social gatherings, which is not that affordable. That is my...
I'm asking specifically because, yes, there was mention earlier of impala.
Yes.
But here, there's just reference to animals for Mr. S to keep on his plot without mention of what the animals were. So that's why I'm asking what the animals were.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I was understanding the question of the animal associated with the impala that came before. The same response on this, if it's the animals associated with a Mr. S referred to on this message, the investigation and analysis is still ongoing. As soon as it's ready, the commission will be updated.
Thank you, General. Thank you.
General, you were asked earlier by the chairperson with, I think this was about the chats, about I'm here and Sibia is here. I can't find the page. I've been trying to find the page. I don't know if you remember the chat, and the chairperson asked you, do you know who is Sibia? And you were cautioned not to speculate. Does the answer that you've given about S, which is still the subject of investigation, does that also apply to that question that you were asked? I'm told it's page 44, if it helps. Yes, in the middle, where Mr. Mokotsi says, I'm in Cape Town, Sibia is in Camps Bay. You see that? And you were asked, do you know who is Sibia? And your answer was no. And what I'm checking with you is whether your answer is an outright no, or is it also subject to the subject of further investigation, as you have answered with that S.
And if I could just clarify, the question
Please go ahead
was from, I was going to say from the bench, but from the commissioners, whether you know as a matter of fact, to answer as a matter of fact. So it was in that context that you responded. You may answer the commissioner.
Thank you, commissioners. Not as a matter of fact, as it was captured during the initial discussion, but analyzing the whole communication where the surname Sibia comes, then we're moving it from from almost all the parts where there is Sibia, it will refer to the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Sibia. Same applies to the Camps Bay Sibia that is referred to.
So can I ask one follow-up question? Do you know, or do you have any basis to say that Mr. Sibia was in Camps Bay at that time?
Yes, we have the indication that is subject then to confirmation to make it a matter of fact.
Thank you. Chair, I see it's 4:02.
Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning.